Um, there we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. Very happy new year. If you're watching this over on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Please remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the year. It's New Year. All the New Year, New Me bullshit is strong and going. I would like to inform all of you that this is New Year, but it's the same old me. I will not be changing. I don't see the point. I think I've done just fine. So yeah, it's gonna be exactly the same shit. Hey, Rowboat Silly Man, how you doing, dude? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. You have to forgive me. I've had very little sleep, less than 4 hours. So yeah, I'm barely fucking hanging on as it is. And we have a lot of work that we need to do today, as well as just meetings and stuff that I have later with the guys for load shedding, so that I can finally not have load shedding. Plus, I need an air conditioner because it is fucking hot, dude. Yesterday was death. Lepernicus, how you doing, bro? Malga, how you doing? Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'm just very tired. I couldn't sleep last night. It was so fucking hot. King Julian, how you doing, fam? It was so hot. Like, I mean, by 10 o'clock, it was still like 28, 29 degrees Celsius. So it was like super fucking hot, right? So I couldn't sleep. I couldn't fall asleep because your bed just feels like death, right? Like literally, the bed that you're lying on feels like it's killing you. And then I finally fell asleep just after 12, maybe like 20 minutes past 12 or some shit like that. I fell asleep. I had to be awake at 4:30 this morning for gym. So it's been like McDonough, how you doing, bro? It's been rough. It's been like I do not feel good today. I feel very fucking tired. Token, how you doing, bro? Happy New Year to you too, man. Headless Horse, how you doing, fam? But no, I mean the good news is that I'm meeting with the guys for the inverters and the batteries. I'm meeting with them later today. Not entirely sure what time yet, so I might have to end the stream early. We'll see. But I have a meeting today with them to discuss, because right now there's an option of 2 different inverters, and we want to find out exactly what would be the right one for us. Because the thing is, where I live, wind is a big deal. There's like almost all year round, there's a lot of wind. So I would like to... I need to get an inverter that can charge using wind turbines as well as solar, which a lot of inverters don't. So, you know, we've narrowed it down to 2 inverters that we need. The other thing that I have to check with him is, based on the AC that I'm getting, which inverter is going to be best for the air conditioner. And so all of that shit we have to discuss with him. And this guy is like, dude, I don't know what the fuck he does, but... You never get a hold of the guy, like never. So it's been rough trying to get hold of this guy, and we finally have a meeting with him. So hopefully after today we have inverters and batteries. Then they just have to install them. I don't know when the fuck they're gonna do that. But yeah, damn, I thought it would be colder in South Africa. Robo, technically speaking, South Africa is still very far away from the South Pole. I think we're closer to the equator than what we are to the South Pole. Just in terms of like, if you look at where South Africa is located, right? What the fuck? Why would you be this small? Images. All right, so let me show you here. So if you look at where South Africa is on this map, right? We're right here at the tip. But that's the middle bit, right? So as you can see, we're much closer to the middle of the Earth than what we are to the South Pole. And even though, because I am on this fucking tip, like right on this tip, is where I am. I wonder if I could show you. No. All right, so this is where South Africa is, right? So if I go to South Africa here, I'm right here. Actually, here. Sorry. Right there where my mouse is now. I don't know if you guys can see where my mouse is, but that's where I am. Let me make it bigger so you can see. I'm in this, you see this little, like, fucking, looks almost like the top of a sandwich. Yeah? I'm right there, on this side. There's like a mountain range that runs all the way here. And I'm sort of on this mountain range here, is where I live. It gets hot, bro. Like, summer's here. And it's not even, like, the temperature specifically. The temperatures are bad. Like, yesterday it was 34 degrees Celsius. But the thing that really fucks you, like, seriously fucks you here, is the humidity. Because I'm right on the ocean, right? So all of that sun gets all of that water into the air, and then it goes, well, I'm going to oppress you now. The heat is literally, I felt oppressed yesterday. It felt like someone was fucking holding me down. When I just an air con, I literally said, King Julian, that I'm buying an air conditioner. I'm just waiting for the one that I want to get in stock. Because right now I've got a couple of options, right? But I don't, like, I don't really want to go for an air conditioner that is absolutely installed, like a proper installed air conditioner. I really don't want to go for that. So if I show you guys this, right? So I've been looking at sort of in, yeah, Texas gets pretty hot too, and with a cold front from Siberia made the temp drop fast. Oh yeah, I heard you guys had like a super fucking hot time, right? So I've been looking at, these were the ones that I looked at first, right? The Daikin Sincera seems to be pretty decent. I don't need more than 12k BTUs. That's perfectly fine. But the price is quite pricey because this is not with installation. And if you add installation, you're looking at, with installation, you're probably looking at around $1,000 almost for this air conditioner. Which is, I think, quite fucking pricey. The other one is this one, the Samsung Windsfree, which is also pretty good. Basically, and this one, of course, because they're cheap as shit when it comes to electricity usage, and you want to get ones that are, you know, don't use as much electricity, so to speak. But then I saw this one, and I was like, dude, why the fuck do I not just buy this? This is so much easier. Because if I went for one of these air cons, it's gonna take almost 3 weeks. Whereas if I get a portable air conditioner, it's done. Like it arrives tomorrow or maybe the day after, and I have my fucking air conditioner. And I was looking at this one specifically, right? The Medea. So Medea portable air conditioner, 12k BTUs, deal hose with Wi-Fi. So this is one of those deal hose things. I don't see why this wouldn't be a good idea. Like, why get a fully installed one if you could just buy this? Plus, it's like half the fucking price. Notification appeared. I clicked. I'm a good subscriber. Unless my 6 months ran out. Good morning. Metal fan from Hell. How you doing, fam? Happy to have you here, bro. You can install a better quality-wise. Yeah, but install also takes a lot more fucking time, King Julian. I'm pretty sure my school had that mobile one. So these ones, what makes these ones really good is it has an inverter, right? It has an inverter, so it's not one of those. This is like brand new technology, right? But instead of being like non-inverter, it has an inverter. Like it comes installed with an inverter, so to speak. The power cost is pretty massive, and you need a window semi-open for it to run. I don't think you need a window for it to run, Token. I think you're wrong. The thing is, I already have a plan. I just don't know if I can do it. If that makes sense. I know I can do it. I mean, I can maybe not do it. So you buy polystyrene, right? Because polystyrene is an incredible insulator. So you buy enough polystyrene to cover up your entire window, yeah? Then you take the hose, you make a small cutout for the hose in the polystyrene, push that through your open window. Now you have your entire window insulated, like permanently insulated, no heat is coming through it, and the pipe is going out. Easy does it. Isn't that fully insulated anyways? Like, why would that be an issue? See, the only reason I'm not entirely sure I want to go for one of these installed ones is right now the lead up times in Cape Town is fucking ridiculous. If I went with one of these, the time it's going to take them to actually install it is going to be 2 to 3 weeks, bro. And I don't know if I have 2 to 3 weeks in me, man. I am fucking hot. Like, it is bowling hot at the minute here. And I really don't want to deal with this. But yeah, maybe it is just a better option to just get this and be done with it now. Fuck. Just a door-shaped cutout with a hole where I can plug one of those in. Also, yeah, I think that could fucking work, right? I don't know if there's anything important. That has been my plan. Yeah, see, I think it would work. Wouldn't it? Like, bro, I think I'm a genius. Like, I have figured it fucking out. Robo, welcome back, bro. Yeah, so I play ads in the beginning so that I can let people know. So when I send out the Discord notification, people don't arrive and get an ad instantly. But also, it means that for at least the next hour and a half, all of you that have seen an ad should not get auto ads from Twitch. Don't worry, I rarely, if ever, press this button again during the stream. The only time I will is if I get up to go pee or go get a drink or some shit. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck about ads. I have a built-in one and a mobile one. The mobile one is extremely weak compared to the built-in one, but it also was also a lot cheaper. See, that is the one thing that bothers me. You hear a lot of stories about these mobile ones. You know, that you guys are gonna fucking make me buy this, right? I hate you guys so much. Fucking hate you guys. Jesus. You're gonna make me spend more money and wait longer to get a proper fucking AC. Fuck. Fine. We'll do a normal air conditioner. Even though I don't want to, we will do it. Just buy and be done with it. King Julian, give me the fucking money. Like, give me $1,000. I'll do it. Like, just donate $1,000 and I'll do it immediately. Like, right now. No problemo. Otherwise, stop giving me bad fucking advice. Carmel, how you doing, fam? I would say with the mobile one, there is a noticeable difference, but here in Germany in the summer, it is somewhat of a help. I don't know how hot it can get in SA. Noir, so yesterday was 34 degrees Celsius with humidity in the low 70s. Today, it's gonna be, let me tell you in a second. So today, it's gonna go, yeah. You guys can probably take a look there. You'll see 27 degrees Celsius. It's gonna be fun, bro. It's gonna be super fun. Alarian, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, man. 27 isn't that hot? Yeah, it is when the humidity is fucking destructive, bro. Like, the humidity is the thing that kills me here. 27 when there's no humidity, perfect. Perfect temperature. Not bad. The fan helps. Everything's good. 27 with humidity in the... I think today's humidity is actually going to be low 80s, if I'm honest with you. Let's just see. I don't want to lie. Come on, you fuck. Okay, so humidity today, 69%. 69%. That is hot, bro. That is, like, super hot. Just started watching vids on 40k lore. Spent all weekend watching videos. Carmel, welcome, bro. Welcome. You're never getting out of that, man. I grew up in SA. Let me tell you, 27 in Canada is way different than 27 in SA. Ilarian, how so? Wait, so both of you are South African by birth and Canadian by living. To the 10C, I will get today. Minoar, I fucking hate you, bro. I want 10C too. Like, I would love to live in a place that doesn't get hotter than, like, 5. 5 needs to be summer max. Like, 5 already too hot. Legion of the Damned is my favorite Space Marines. Legion of the Damned. Wait. They're not loyalists. They're Chaos Marines, no? Are they loyalists? This is way more intense humidity-wise, whereas 27 here is dry as fuck. Yeah, so I grew up in a place called Polokwane, right? Which it's like way up. It's like very high up, and the heat there is dry as shit as well. Like, the only time you get humidity is just before it rains. And then once it rains, the humidity goes away. So the heat there is perfectly fine. Like, 27 doesn't even phase you. There, 27 is just 27. Here, 27 is fucking death. I genuinely felt like I was going to die yesterday. Like, genuinely felt that this was the end of it for me. End of the road. It's about time I die. Llewellyn, how you doing, fam?
Just popping. Can stay. Love TG content. Keep it up, brother.
Really appreciate the 500 bits, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Best Legion is definitely the Black Templars. Nope. What are they called again? Is it the Dark Legion? Dark Angels. Sorry, the Dark Angels. I would say the Dark Angels or the Ultramarines. One of those two would be my favorite. You think that's hot? It's hot here where I am in Australia. It's currently 29 degrees, and with my fan on, I barely feel it. King Julian, there's no way you barely feel 29, bro. Yeah, we had 43 here in summertime, and it was okay. 43 in SA. Miss me with that shit. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, 43 is too hot. I think 43 would be, like, too hot anywhere in the world, to be honest with you. Everyone talk about these second-rate legions. The word bearers are the best. Dude, the word bearers are fucking traitor marines, bro. Like, misses with that crap. We destroyed your fucking city, bro. Like, you guys don't matter. You guys were pussies long before being a pussy was cool. So just, yeah, don't even fucking talk about that shit. 29 in Oz is just spring, autumn. Not really accurate. Yeah, the hottest place in the world gets up to like nearly the 60s. We have a place here in South Africa called Messina, right? So Messina is very north. It's like a very small town on the northern edge of South Africa. Their average temperature. So we're not talking about the hottest days. We're just talking about the average temperature for them is between 40 and 45 in summer. Like, they have days where it can get up to like 55, like the high 50s almost. They have days like that there. I don't know why they decided to live there. I don't know at which point did someone get there and they were just like, yeah, this seems like a fair place to fucking live. Have AC, but the apartment I live in now has no AC, and even with that, I crack a window and it's fine. Best trait to Legion is Death Guard. Mortarian's model is fucking amazing. But dude, Mortarian is such a little pussy bitch. I don't know how you can like him. I have only read about him a little, right, from Dark Imperium, the second book, and I hate him. He's such a little pussy bitch, and also his hatred for Gilliman just really gets me. But that's my hate him, fam. Demon Hunter or Evoker next? I can't decide between an OP healer or melee class. I don't know. Wait, okay, so wait. Mortarian's model. Let's check this out. Images. Wait, is this him? Dude, is this what he looks like now? As a traitor, like as a traitor marine? Holy shit. Bro. What? Like, fuck. He's got wings and shit. Oh, wow. Is he, like, how far into Nurgle's favor is he? Because I know Nurgle has numbers. So, what number would he be in terms of Nurgle's favor? I've seen Fulgrim. I mean, I've read about Fulgrim and what he looks like. I haven't seen a model of him. We'll check it out now. So this is what Mortarion looked like before he became a traitor. Wow, he actually looked kind of cool even before he became a traitor, no? But yeah, I will say, this is a banging fucking model. Wait, how does he... Is it even possible for him to double-cross Nurgle? Magnus's model. Wait, Magnus is still alive? The hell? Why does he have angelic wings? Why does he have angel wings? This makes no sense. Wait, which chaos god does he serve? Ah, so he works for Zeech. Ah, this makes sense then. This makes sense then. You want me to check out the Demon Primarch Angron? Okay, wait, fuck, hold up. No. God damn it. Let me fucking just highlight this quickly. There we go. Okay, Demon Primarch Angron. Let's see this. Whoa. Bro, he's like completely ascended. Like, he's fully demon. I mean, there's literally nothing human left about him. On the left is the new one. Which, this one. They just released a new model. Yeah, he tried to die. And now he's fully demon. Wow. He doesn't even look... Not even a little Primarchy. Like, a lot of the other Primarchs, you can at least see that they were once human. He doesn't look human at all. He looks... just like a demon. So I'm assuming he's never coming back. I'm assuming there's no way for him to ever... Like, he is happy to serve Khorne for all eternity. Yeah, Angron has changed the most, I would say, out of all of them. I wonder what Horus would have looked like now. Does Horus have a model? Yeah, he does, actually. Yeah, Fulgrim is the snake dude. Okay, what do you guys think Horus would have looked like if he was still alive? Horus model, Horus Ascended. Yeah, but I don't see the new model. But it's not about the new models. That's not what I'm asking about. So, as the longer they spend with their chaos gods, right? The more they change, and eventually they change into like just monstrosities. If you look at Horus in this one, he still looks fairly normal, you know? Like, he doesn't look weird or like, he just looks like a very angry dude. The thing is, they serve Chaos Undivided, correct? I'm pretty sure they're Chaos Undivided. They don't serve any one Chaos God. So maybe the Chaos Undivided guys don't really grow tentacles and shit like that because, well, they don't gain any single god's favor. So maybe that's it. Jesus, the right user. That's fucking wild. Yeah, they don't get Demon Herd. Alright, Abaddon model. Yeah, he's the cunt that actually... No, is it Oedipus that started all of this? What's the guy's name again? The asshole that everyone hates because he was the first guy to fall and then he mislaid everyone else? Is it Oedipus? No, Lorgar was one of the, like, yeah, Erebus. Like, Lorgar may have been one of the first Primarchs to fall, but I know that there was, like, there was some general or second in command or third in command guy, so, that fell first, and then he started to mislead all of the other ones. Thinks he's smart enough to trick the Chaos Gods that he's just using their powers while getting used by them instead. Yeah, I mean, that's just... I mean, you want to talk about being stupid as fuck, right? That's Abaddon. Abaddon and Horus, because from what I understand, Horus did the same thing. Horus also just used the Chaos Gods. Like, he thought he was using the Chaos Gods. And like, how do you use Chaos Gods? Like, how could you ever imagine you're going to outsmart them? They do look cool, though. I don't like the fact that he's standing on a Triton on an Ultramarine, but never mind. How is he a bit goofy? Like, what makes him goofy? Erebus is a model in Horus Heresy. He infected Cor Ferron, and they influenced Lorgar, and Erebus stabbed Horus with a demon dagger, which made him see those visions, which were created by the Chaos Gods, which started the whole hissy fit. Have you seen Vashtor's model? Who the hell is Vashtor? I have no idea who that is. Wait, who the fuck is this? Vashtor. What is Vashtor? New big demon trying to become a Chaos God? Wait, this guy wants to become a Chaos God? For Warhammer 40k, he's an enigmatic demonic mechanic. A fiendish forge master who specializes in corrupt machines and insane innovations. Unsurprisingly, warp smiths in the Dark Mechanicum think he's great. Of course they do. Abaddon is trying to help him too. Demon of creation and innovation. Yeah, but it's not possible to become a Chaos God. Because only the Chaos Gods can give you, like, Chaos God, no? Only Chaos Gods can make you a Chaos God, and the Chaos Gods aren't going to make you a Chaos God. Demon Primarchs are just Primarch versions of Demon Princes. Mortals given blessings from one or more Chaos Gods and turned into demons can be turned into Demon Princes if they're lucky enough to be liked by the Chaos Gods. Yeah, that I know the right user. Man likes to dream big. Although, in a sense, because he's more like Mechanicus kind of guy, there's probably a chance that he could become like the... Yeah, but wait, Malice has not been confirmed. You can't really, like... You know who this could be? If I were to get my sort of thinking cap on, this could very easily be the Mechanicus's Omnissiah, because the Adeptus Mechanicus serves the Omnissiah. They serve the Omnissiah so hard that they've literally created the Omnissiah in the warp. Like, this could be it. No? Like, maybe that's how he was born. Or do we already know his backstory? Yeah, so Malice has received mentions. I think we watched Luton's video on it. And there's actually a lot of times in the books where Malice or the Sons of Malice is referenced. But Malice as a Chaos God, or even close to a Chaos God, has never been confirmed or denied, as far as I know. I believe this has more to do with the Dark Mechanic's version of the Omnissiah, if we go with that theory. Well, yeah, but, I mean, Omnissiah is still Omnissiah, no? Whatever you worship IRL will eventually manifest in the warp. This is why the way that humans worship the Emperor, he inevitably will manifest in the warp. At some point, he will manifest in the warp. Pretty sure of that. Which is going to be interesting, because if he does manifest in the warp, will humanity still worship him? Because if he does, that means humanity is now serving a Chaos God. Okay, Julian, the Chaos Gods aren't evil. Like, if you think he can't because he's not evil, you don't understand the 40k universe. The Chaos Gods are not evil. They have their tasks and their things that they do. They have their function. And their function to us might seem evil, but their functions are very normal. It's just normal elements of life, so to speak. So, the Emperor would be very similar to that. Not everything within the warp is evil. For example, there are what the Imperium call saints, I believe, that are warp creatures that help the Imperium. So these are creatures that exist within the warp of unfathomable power. There's actually, I believe, one in the Dark Imperium. So during one of the battles in the Dark Imperium, this girl shows up. Like, just this girl. And then this girl can make shields that stop all chaos weapons. Like, the chaos weapons can't get through. And she can literally just destroy the forces of chaos. Just, like, destroy them. No holds barred. Who gives a shit? She turns their chaos stuff, like all of their chaos bolts and stuff, she turns it into normal water. And I believe they sort of hinted at the fact that this is one of the saints. Pretty sure they would win then. Also, the Legion of the Damned are warp entities. How are they warp entities? The Living Saints and the Legion of the Damned are believed to be the Emperor's demons, according to my favorite theory. Okay, we're gonna have to learn more about the Living Saints and the Legion of the Damned. Because this sounds weird. I thought the Legion of the Damned was an actual, like, thing. The Catan that the EMP beat into submission and dragged his ass to Mars? Wait, what? Heresy. What the fuck? An hour and 15 minutes. Jesus. This is a long ass video. This is a proper Luton video. Alright, we'll watch this in a minute. Right, we'll watch this in a minute. Oh shit, Votesh with the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, fam? Give the Damned arrived to help them at the most crucial of times. Alright, we'll watch that video in a second. Let me first... I have some work to do, boys. We have some maintenance to do before we can go anywhere else. Oh shit, we actually have a lot of maintenance to do. Hold up. Before we start fucking watching shows and crap, we actually do have a lot of work to do. I have to add Minoir to the Google Drive so I can send him Pikachu faces for videos. How the fuck do you do this again? Doing great. Been watching your YouTube vids for a hot minute and never caught you on stream. Glad to be here. Happy to have you here, bro. Thanks for the first time chats as well. Really appreciate that. Try and beat Mansomnia's head in. See you later. The right user to take care of yourself, fam. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. I wanna... How do you do... Where do you do permissions again? Fuck, I can't remember where you do permissions, man. Where the fuck do you do permissions? Oh, Jesus. Like, I can share the folder, but I don't just want to share the folder. I actually want to... Here we go. Manage access. Add people. Alright, here we go. Now I can add Minoir. Also, by the way, boys, all of the YouTube videos that you guys are going to see on the Clips channel, these are done by Minoir now. So, you know, show him some love, like the videos, give him some tips and feedback. If you think there's stuff that he should be doing different or better or whatever. Software is actually very generous. Wait, what do German guys offer, generally speaking, Minoir? Now that we already have set terms, you don't have to worry about me learning from them. Wait, why can't I find your fucking email? Oh, here we go. Alright, I've sent you... If that's the case, good luck then, Minoir. I'm sure you'll do amazing. Yeah, I hope so. Like, I think Minoir is doing... I mean, he's got a battle to fucking climb, right? He's got a mountain to climb. Being an editor is hard fucking work. Minoir, quickly check if you can actually access the folder now. And more specifically, if you can get into Alex B folder. Like, that's the one that I think is most important. I can't rename it. But yeah, just check. Full taxes, Mark. There was huge drama yesterday about a German YouTuber hiring a TikTok editor for 150 euros a month. What? And wait, the editor did it? Like, he accepted it for 150 euro a month? You see, the thing for me, and the reason I refuse to do a flat rate, I will not do a flat rate. I have no interest in flat rates. Is I don't want to play, I don't want to play boss. Like, the last thing I want to do is sit here and tell you, hey man, where's the videos? Why aren't the videos uploaded? What the fuck's going on, man? You know, that's not my, like, I don't want to do that shit. It takes way too much fucking effort to also then, because what I would have to do, and this is what I did when, you know, back in the day, I would have to, like, I would watch every single one of the videos that gets uploaded, because I have to constantly think, okay, what can we do better? How can we do, like, what needs to change? And I don't have time for that. Then I may as well just edit all my own shit, because, you know, then I at least get to watch it anyways, as long as I'm doing it. I sent you an email, Minoir, to give you access to the Google Drive. So just check if you have access. So this is, to me, the best way is the one that we have. It's a 60-40 split. It's simple, it's easy, it's straightforward. The more you work and the more you figure out how to get people to click on videos, the more money you make. I don't have to worry about jack shit, right? Because, yeah, it's not up to me. If you don't want to make money, you don't have to. But then, you know, that's your prerogative. Trying to pay €5 a video before he was generous about it? Jesus. Like, I get why, like, if you're gonna get someone to make you a thumbnail, I know there are people that will do a thumbnail for about €5 a thumbnail. Like, that I know. I know there are thumbnail specialists out there. But usually they're not really that special, because you still have to provide them with everything. You have to provide them with the text. You have to provide them with the images. They just sort of put it all together. Definitely far more of a motivator than €150 a month. Oh yeah. I mean, it's not just about motivation. It is about, I'm a firm believer. So the way that I look at YouTube, the content creator is important, obviously, because without the content creator, there is no content. But in terms of the success of YouTube channels, the editor, in my opinion, is far more important than the actual content creator. Because you can get, like, there are legit, really bad YouTubers out there. I mean, like, content creators that aren't funny, aren't good, nothing special, and yet they get mad views because their editors understand their style. They make it funny. They figure it out. And as far as I'm concerned, all right, I've sent you. What do you mean a fucking item is what? Sorry, an item is restricted in sharing. How though? I hate this. Maybe I can do it this way. Let's see. Alright, I'm sharing it with you this way. Hopefully this works. There you go. I've sent it again. Let's talk about this topic. His editor is making the big stacks at the moment. Just mail your hard drive. Yeah, why not? But no, yeah, so the way that I look at it, your editor is everything. They determine the amount of clicks that your video is going to get. They determine the success of the video based on the thumbnail. The way they edit the video will either make it funny, interesting, serious, depending on what the topic is. A great editor can take a mediocre content creator and turn him into a brilliant content creator. A brilliant content creator cannot take a mediocre editor and turn him into a good editor. The two are not, like, the two are not correlated in that way. So it helps if you're a good content creator to begin with. And I think the other thing that is quite important, that it helps if your editor actually watches your content and also enjoys the content, because it means that they're going to be much better at actually making the content, which I think is also a big part of it. Just put Sisters of Battle in the thumbnails. Let's just do hentai. I mean, that's going to get mad clicks, at least until we get banned. Rowboat, the thing is, I still edit all of my... Like, I still edit all of my own videos on the main channel, but I do not have time for... I do not have time for the Clips channel. There's just no way. I spend every single stream that we do for the first 2 hours editing the videos for the main channel, just so that we can, like, at least have content on YouTube. It just doesn't fucking work, right? Yes, that's the one that I wanted to share with you, because there's some shit incoming. I'm just gonna create a folder here for you. Let's do it. Folder Pikachu face. I don't know if that's how you spell Pikachu, but fuck it. Xenia, how you doing? Pop question, what vape flavor is that? Oof. Mango Cardinal. That's the one that I'm smoking right now. Lady Survival, how you doing? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. It is Lady Sylvanas in the flesh. Like, seriously, she looks like Sylvanas. I fucking kid you not. If you know what Sylvanas looks like, you would look at her and go, what? This is Sylvanas, Jesus. How you doing? Alright, my Noir, let me get you those pictures, right? These are all the Pikachu faces now, right? So you can just grab them off of there. You should have access to everything here now. And then the other thing I have to send you. Video assets. Here's the Patreon end screens. You can use any one of these. Ryu, holy shit. 16 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just chilling, getting ready for bed soon. Oh shit, what time is it there, Lady Survival? So I will be updating this list on the 5th. So in 2 days from now, I will make a new list with all the new patrons and stuff on it. Every month on the 5th, you can expect a new patron list from me. I'll send it to you so that you can use it, unless you want to make your own, in which case I can just send you the Excel file. Like, if you have a different way that you want to do shit, I'd be happy to send you the Excel file and you can just do it yourself. Minoir, yeah. So if you need like different faces than the ones that I provided here, just let me know. Just literally send me a message with an example of the kind of face you want, and I'll do that for you instead. Oh, let's drop these in there, and then I want to send you one more thing. Sound effect for this. There you go. Telling me you need half your beard trimmed? Fuck that. Almost midnight. Holy shit. Lady Survival, so you stream quite late in the day. How long do you stream for normally? Oh, by the way, guys, absolutely go follow her. Lady Survival's new in the streaming scene. Well, not really new, but she's only recently started streaming again. So go give her a follow. If you haven't already, you will not be disappointed. It's the real life Sylvanas. Like, you can simp for the actual Sylvanas. Easy life. But also, Jabard, I will never shave my beard. It's just never happening. Not in a million years. I like my beard. Could you retake all of these, but without a beard, please? Fuck that. You can remove the beard in post, fam. Like, do you have any idea how stupid I would look without a beard? My 2 streams I've done so far, I start at like 7 or 8 p.m. my time, stream for about 2-3 hours. Lady Survival, if I could give you advice, if I'm allowed to, I don't want to give advice that is unwelcome, right? But my advice would be try to aim your stream time for around 6 p.m. European time. Like, that's when you want to stream. You want to be live when it's about 6 p.m. EU. That's when the vast majority of people are on Twitch. Like, the time that I'm streaming now is miserable for streaming. Most of the American fam are going to bed now. A lot of the European fam are at work now. So there's very few people on, which actually surprises me, considering we quite often get between 90 and 100 viewers during this time of the morning, which is fucking rough. Like, that's something to be fucking proud of, I think. But yeah, as soon as I get my AC, I'm going back to evening streams as well. Americans like me staying up in the AMs, pretty much. Here's a baby face without the beard. Yeah, I look like a fucking child without my beard. Plus, shaving is a lot of work, man. Like, a lot of work. 6 p.m. EU time is like 10 a.m. my time. Well, yeah. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So whenever you wake up, just do, like, you don't even have to do long streams. You can do anywhere from, I would say, so we oftentimes get carried away here on the stream. I'm not gonna lie. Like, a lot of times we will we'll stream 6, 7, 8 hours, but I usually aim for around 4 hours. I think 4 hours is like the perfect stream time. More than 4, you can generally see that the streamer is sort of losing energy. The stream is sort of getting chill. And also the stats show it. Streams grow for 4 hours, and then after that, they sort of die off. Like, people start leaving and they get kind of bored. So yeah, do 3 to 4 hours max 4 hours. That means that you're done by 2. You have the rest of the day to do whatever the fuck you want. The way I look at it usually is, you've done your job, you've made your money, you know, you've paid your bills. Now go wank. You know, go make love to yourself. Easy does it. Everyone's happy, including you. It's very easy. Not if you Kickstarter enough for a barber. Dude, you could pay me $1,000 and I would have shaved my beard. I would shave my beard maybe for 10k. Like, if you guys donated 10k, I would shave the beard. Otherwise, you can go fucking suck a dick. It's not happening. Now we know what you do after each stream. Of course I do, Jabard. I think about all the donations I got, and then I help myself to, you know, a bit of a wank. Gotta do it. It's natural, innit? That's why we gotta get OnlyFans. So the stream doesn't actually end. It just moves. No, I mean, are you gonna start a YouTube channel as well, B, or just the streaming stuff? That's when Echo gets any secret OnlyFans. Oh yeah, gotta get this fucking gotta get on the OnlyFans. You know, You gotta follow all the girls on OnlyFans because you know that she's making the content specifically for you. You know, like, she's gonna fall in love with you if you give her more money. Like, that's what I've been doing. Like, all the donations that you guys give, I just hand out to girls on OnlyFans. I'm gonna have a girlfriend soon, boys. It's happening. Fine. You know what would have made that fucking killer, Robo? Imagine if you had enough money to go, whoa, 10K, that's fucking ridiculous. All right. And then you just donated 10K. That would be baller. I would love to have enough money one day to be able to do that. Just go into someone's stream, ask for something fucking ridiculous, and then they go, dude, I do that for like 2K. And you're like, Jesus, 2K? All right. And then you just donate 2K. Easy life. OnlyFans sim confirmed. Yeah, that's how you get a girlfriend, bro. Like, you get a girlfriend by joining her OnlyFans and then giving her all your money. Everyone knows that. That's the modern day dating thing. You know, it used to be that you had to have a good job because girls would go for guys with good jobs because they couldn't work and shit, right? And also guys that could afford nice kitchens because that's where they spend most of the time. But now that they no longer have to stay in the kitchen, they want guys that can give them all the money on OnlyFans. That's how it works. That's how you find love. I think I'll have more tips for you guys tomorrow. If you're lonely and sad, this is the stream for you. The one scene in Spider-Man where Peter asks Jameson a lot of money and he says, that's crazy, but all right, Jesus. So yeah, the future is full of possibilities. I mean, it's a rich man's world, so if you're poor, go fuck yourself. But if you're rich, you can get a lot of pussy, bro. Just by, like, donating all your money on OnlyFans. I heard that works. Let me fix it. Team, that's outrageous. Done. The largest donation that I've ever received on this channel was about 4 years ago. Almost 5 years ago now. Where, like, legit. Dude, we're just sitting here. We're playing PUBG, right? Nothing special. Nothing crazy going on. And a guy comes in. He's like, hey, bro, fucking love your content. And then suddenly he donates $1,000. And then right after that, the dude gifts 500 subs. Just like that. I fucking kid you not. The guy comes in, he donates $1,000, and then he gifts 500 subs. It's like, I didn't even know how to respond to that. I was just sitting here going, what? Like, dude, how do you respond to this shit? It is fucking wild. That has only ever happened once, though. So don't look at me and go, Jesus, this guy's rolling in cash. It's only ever happened once. But it did happen, and it was pretty cool. Alright, wait. What fucking video are we editing, boys? Oh, I didn't see. Lady Survival, are you gonna do YouTube? Like, are you gonna sort of focus on YouTube as well? Or is your main focus gonna be just Twitch streaming? I'm just a broke 15-year-old? How about... Wait, you're 15? Shit. Dude, you guys... Listen here, DJs. Not allowed to swear anymore. We have a minor in chat. Dude, so what if the girl is only there for your money? Look, here's the question. Is the girl that's only there for your money still gonna suck your dick? P. Diddley, you bastard. 16 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because if she's still gonna suck your dick, that still counts. No swearing, or my mom is coming to whoop me. Oh, shit. Yeah, if she doesn't want to suck your dick, that's a different story. But, you know, if she uses your credit card and in return she sucks your dick, everyone's happy. You know, you're getting your dick sucked, she's getting cash. I'm going to focus on YouTube as well. I would say YouTube is my main thing, hoping to get more exposure through Twitch and building a stronger community. All right, so you have to immediately, and I hate that I'm doing this today as well, if you don't want advice, just fucking tell me to shut the fuck up, right? We know each other well enough that you can do that. But Twitch is not going to give you any exposure, right? Zero. YouTube is where you're going to get the exposure, and that's where you're going to send people to Twitch. So the way that this works, Twitch is really good for getting rich quick. YouTube is really good for getting really rich, but YouTube takes a lot longer. So the way you want to approach this is do a lot of work on YouTube by taking like clips and stuff from your live streams and uploading that to your YouTube channel. Try to do at least a video every 2 to 3 days on YouTube, and just take stuff that happened in stream, like conversations that you had, funny moments that you had, stuff like that. Upload that to YouTube as a clip. It's immediately going to get you like some level of exposure, right? The other thing that helps is that you're cute. So just put yourself in the thumbnail, you'll get the views. Easy. And then, yeah, I'd say from there, just watch it grow. It takes time and dedication. True. For a temporary fun time and a relationship. Bro calls people bastards for summing. I love that. It's such a small thing that builds your personality. Robo, but they are bastards. Like, my subs are morons. Like, why would you give me money? I mean, I'll take it, but let's be fair. You could spend your money on much better things. Yes, you're right, bro. Chabud, are you questioning whether or not Lady Survival is cute? Are you actually fucking questioning it? All right. I can't, like, I have to first find it and then I can show it. But, bro, I will not have my taste questioned. I will not fucking have this. You support me in spirit. I appreciate that. So, you're saying that I'm lying, that Lady Survival is cute? Dude, I can't say anything other than cute. She's married. Right? So she's just cute. That's where it ends. The rules are rules, bro. I don't make them. I just fucking follow them. Right? Because you ought to take that face back, bro. She be married. Like, all you can do is just appreciate. All right? You got a little bit of spice to her? Yeah, she is. Although, she needs to believe that. So, you guys can definitely go over to her Instagram and fucking tell her that. You know what I'm talking about? I do, bro. I do. Bella Verana, how you doing, fam? Yes, I will definitely upload clips and stuff onto YouTube. I'm going to try to plan my Twitch streams more too, so that it's actually good content for YouTube. Well, yeah, but I would say be natural. Just be yourself. I mean, you have the personality. You are a fun person. I've watched your streams. They're pretty interactive. They're pretty fun. You're going to get more and more natural and more relaxed in front of the camera, in which case it's going to be fine. The last thing you want to do is build an audience around something that you don't, that isn't you, you know? But who cares if someone is married and they're hot? You see, the thing here, King Julian, normally I would agree with you, but the problem that I have is the husband, you know? Like, I don't want to be in a fight. So, generally speaking, sure, okay, it gives a fuck that she's married. But if the husband finds out, he might want to come have a word with you. And I don't want that conversation. Because that would be, like, that's going to be sore as fuck. I don't want to get punched. Like, hey, you fucked my girl, and then you get punched. I don't know if that's worth it. I am a little bitch, yeah. Like, I don't want to get into a fight. Like, what the fuck? There's enough single girls out there that wouldn't lead to fights. Like, why would you go for the married ones? Like, that's just gonna be nuts. Punch you in the dick if you step near me. Thank you. I will bark, no bite. I'd lose any fight, but shit, I won't go down without trying. You see, the thing is, I don't even approach fights. like if I have to, obviously I'll engage, but I will try my best to avoid it before it even gets to that place, right? But you're not saying it, you're just affirming it, but being respectful about it. I don't leave the house, so I'm good. Well, there you go. But here's the thing. How are you gonna fuck a married chick without leaving the house? Is she coming to your house? Because her husband could still follow her, you know? You have to think of these things through. You're so scared of fighting? You sound like a pussy to me. I'm a pussy. I don't like fighting. To be fair, though, I think fighting is done by barbarians. Here you go. For all you thirsty cunts that, you know, want to follow her. There you go. There is a place in VR for that? Dude, VR sex is not the same as sex. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are we actually sitting here having a... Like, are you actually going to suggest that? Like, bro, you don't have to fuck her. You guys can just meet in VR. Like, unless you have a robot that looks exactly like the girl that you're fucking, and also it happens to feel exactly like the girl you're fucking, what would be the point of that? Because you're not actually then fucking that girl. Oh, shit, Token. The husband, you mean? Like, look, even if a guy... Because I haven't... Ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourself. What was I going to say? How do you even have sex in VR? I'm just an innocent little boy. Robot, you are not a fucking innocent little boy, you asshole. You're just... You are not. Like, you wouldn't be in this stream if you were. And then, of course, you said you had another question. Shit. Banana Monkey, how you doing, fam? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, man. Can you react to this, please? It's only 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that shit. I don't know who the fuck that is. Robot, the problem is that most, yeah, this stream is definitely not female friendly. It's a called freakout video. Let me see. Oh! There's almost definitely going to be words in here that I'm not going to be allowed to listen to. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, Banana Monkey. Can someone watch that video and tell me whether or not it's TOS? The video that was just linked. Was Jeffrey Dahmer? Who the fuck was Jeffrey Dahmer? I don't know who the hell that is. My ears real quick. Votesh, thank you, bro. Like, yeah, I just need to know if it's TOS. The thing is, I'm not willing to, like, Twitch is so fucked up these days. Like, so fucked up. They will, yeah, they will legit just ban your fucking channel. Apocalypse, how you doing, fam? You're here in the States, known for eating people? Jesus. Okay. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, the thing is, even though it is a YouTube video and it is on YouTube, Twitch and YouTube's rules are very different. Like, something that could be uploaded to YouTube and just labeled as 18 would probably get you fucked here on Twitch because their labeling system is up to fuck. And yeah, they don't actually know how to choose where ads go and where ads don't go. So let me just quickly, I need to find a video for today, boys, for me.
Yes, so my second question is a bit more cosmological. I know in previous videos you've mentioned like a mysterious
Sarah, how you doing, bro?
like, 7th or 8th cosmological force.
Yeah.
And it really got me thinking, what if fate itself, the concept of fate, is that mysterious force? Because so many things seem to be rooted in WoW. like the Nordstorm storyline where he's fated.
Okay, proper clickbait title time, boys. Wait, where do I flex that? Oh, no. This is to keep the box up. Robo, don't be fooled. This is just to fucking, this is just to keep the box up. Banana, but why do you want me to watch it, though? Also, I don't really do requests this way. If you head over to Reddit, if you go to the subreddit, you can upload it there. And if enough people want to watch it, we'll watch it. Calling Stormer at 3 a.m. You won't believe what happens. Fuck that, bro. Like, why the fuck? You guys are, like, why? Every single time I ask you for a clickbait title, you guys always go for the, you won't believe what happened. Oh my god. Come on, fam. Like, Jesus. Alright, let's think about this. Let's think about this. Are we surprised, Taco? It's super clickbait. Yeah, but it doesn't translate to what the video is about. The video is about fate, and that and Tommy K chat, which only troll the old bastard are the worst. The chat is the worst, lol. I do love you guys though. Okay, need to think about this fucking well. Let's find another force. That's not gonna get clicks. You have to think what will surprise people and have them go, "Oh wait, I need to see what this is." The video is about fate. Are you thinking about reacting to my video? No, Banana Monkey. I'm not gonna do it. You can stop asking, bro. No one is gonna watch the video with you being crazy. Seventh Force discovered the true nature of the pattern. Ooh. Oh shit. Okay, that might actually be a good title. Look, Banana, my mods have already watched it, and they've already informed me that it's not worth my time to watch. So why would we watch it? Fate, huh? Jesus. I like Apocalypse's suggestion. Seventh Force discovered. How about this? Is this it? Is this it? That's already pretty clickbaity. Is this it? Question mark, right? And then of the pattern revealed. Revealed in Dragonflight. Okay, that might be the most clickbait thing I've actually fucking like done so far. The Seventh Force is what? You think that would be a good one? might be super fucking clickbait though, right? Like, this might be beyond clickbait, actually. But okay, yeah, fuck it. We'll just go with this one for now. What's the best one? The news that saves WoW, 7th Force revealed. Yeah, no. That would be taking clickbait to a whole new level, because that would be me lying. We have no evidence to suggest that the Denuser actually saved WoW. The jury is still out as far as I'm concerned on that one. So, yeah, I wouldn't be willing to put that in the video. Just it's huge. It's absolutely huge. Say the title like a Dragon Ball character, all shocked and surprised. Give him some credit, Echo. He got a lot of credit from me already. I think Dragonflight is absolutely phenomenal. I think the storytelling is really good, but we're only in the beginning. There are a lot of mysteries right now within Dragonflight. A lot of mysteries. And the point of a good storyteller is how are those mysteries dealt with? Because the start of BFA was really good as well. The start of Shadowlands was really good as well. Like, I was very excited for the start of Shadowlands. The story seemed to have so much purpose and so much promise. And then came the actual, like, storytelling of the expansion. And very quickly, we realized, what? Like, where's this going? This doesn't seem to be going anywhere at the minute. Robot, I do not watch anime. I've never been able to get into the anime thing. This is gonna be a bitch, though, as far as thumbnails go. Like, not gonna lie to you. I don't know how the fuck this thumbnail would work. Like, how would you guys do... I don't even know how this thumbnail is gonna work, if I'm honest with you. What's your thoughts to Mason being back? Do you think he will help save WoW? I'm very excited for Maton's return. Very excited for it. Do I think Maton is going to save WoW? That's a different question altogether. The thing is, like, we don't know exactly to what end Maton is back. We know that he's an advisor, so he's serving as a creative advisor. But an advisor really only is as good as the advice, as far as the advice is taken. There's a very good chance that the advice goes nowhere because they don't give a fuck, right? And they have their own plans, and their plans sort of clash with that of Maton's. The question becomes, do they believe that Maton's vision is the right vision? So we'll have to wait and see how Maton's return plays out, I think. I don't think it's something we can sort of, like, know at the minute. Encircle something in the corner of it with the title you were given. Interesting idea. Garmal. Interesting idea. And then, of course, you said you had another question for me. For me.
Yes. So my second question is a bit more cosmological. I know in previous videos you've mentioned like a mysterious, like 7th or 8th cosmological force.
Yeah.
And it really got me thinking, what?
All right, let's quickly Let's get some shit going here. Bam. And done. This goes in at -10. -10. And -10. That should be good. Take this to 0. Take this to 0. So put a scale there. And then this one at 0 blurriness. At 60 blurriness. At a 150 scale.
Fate.
Over to year. Scale at 0. Fuck. Take this over. Goes to 0. That comes to 150. And then right at the end here, we do 150, 60. Let's see.
Thinking, what if fate itself, the concept of fate, is that mysterious force? Because so many things seem to be rooted.
Jabad, how often do I update my Patreon? What do you mean? Might fall asleep watching a stream? Robot, I apologize. Is it that boring? This part is usually very boring. That's why I usually tell people that we're starting with YouTube maintenance, because it's always boring. But I have one of two options. Either I do this and I don't stream, or I stream and I do this. But I don't have time to do both in the day. So, you know, kind of sucks, but is what it is. Oh, shit. Skyfallen, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're almost done, though. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do super edits on this. No need for a super edit. Chill stream, and I'm in for it. Have a great rest of the stream, Akko. I would really love to stay and keep talking to you, but... And no, it's not boring. It's just one... Oh, shit, dude. Sleep well, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude. You have a lot more patrons, and I can't imagine it's all of them. No, this is all of them, Jabad. This is... Okay, so... The list gets updated once a month on the 5th. And the only reason I do it on the 5th is there's a lot of movement in the month. So people that might unsub or more people coming in. But the problem is that a lot of people might come in and then they don't actually stay until the end of the month. So I would have to basically update the list once a day if I'm going to keep it updated. So I basically do it at the end of every month or at the beginning of every month on the 5th. Because that's when, like, Patreon will keep charging people right up until the 5th of the month. And then that's it, right? So if you didn't pay before the 5th, Patreon just considers you not to be a patron of the channel. And then that list I can export, and then I can use that list to update this. So it'll be updated in... it'll be updated in 2 days. In terms of pictures, so I just added a new goal on Patreon. When we get to $500 per month, I'm going to start doing 2 art pieces a month. So instead of just the 1, and then December's we do 2. but then it will be 2 art pieces every single month. And then at $750, it will be 3 art pieces, although 2 of them will be hentai. The third will be like really cool fantasy stuff, like very high fantasy, dark, grimdark kind of stuff, but more for desktop backgrounds and stuff like that. So that's the plan currently. It was in Taurus, but it could actually have been the one before in Taurus. What was it called? The one. And then I can actually show you. So I've worked on a number of these goals now. But really though, I've been watching it grow and I'm happy. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going up. We're getting, I think, just in the last... So if we look here, in the last month, we've gained quite a number. So if you look here, we've gained Duns and User for 50. Fucking amazing. Lacuna, we've lost. Sad times. But $5 from Forsberg. $5 from Kane Bane. $1 from Jonathan. $162 from you, Jabad, you motherfucker. $1 from Glenn. We lost Robert. Sad times. $1 from Shadowman and $5 from Alcatraz. Probably more in this month. Yeah. So there's like, this month has been pretty good in terms of new signups and stuff. But let me quickly see. Where are the goals? Go to edit page. I could probably see it under fucking... Never mind. We'll just do goals like this. So we have a goal for... If you look here, right? So we have a goal for 500 where we do another piece of art. For 750 where we add a third piece of art, but this is going to be desktop based. At $1,000, we're going to start getting models for cosplay stuff. At $2,500, and this is now a confirmed goal, we'll start doing barbecue and cooking videos and streams. So for those of you that care about that shit, get to $2,500 and we'll start doing that shit. The only reason I have to do this is because it's fucking expensive. I have to get extra cameras, extra lights, a laptop probably, so that I can actually fucking stream in my kitchen. Yeah, I'm not carrying this PC up and down the fucking stairs. You guys can go suck a dick. And then at $5,000, that's the big one, but that's the one where we were doing the World of Warcraft animation movie. I've already spoken to a couple of voice actors, and I have a couple of feelers out there for animators. But yeah, at 5K, we start working on a proper World of Warcraft animation movie for YouTube. Like, I'm thinking in the same style as the Astartes video, right? Sort of like the Astartes one. Token, yeah. Because I'm not carrying my PC up and down the fucking stairs. You must be nuts, dude. How much to send you to BlizzCon? No amount of money will send me to BlizzCon, bro. That's just not gonna happen. I have no interest in going to BlizzCon. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I have zero interest in that. Maybe one day, but as things stand, I don't see the point. Like, it's gonna be very fucking expensive to fly there. I'm gonna need a visa, which is usually very difficult to get in the US to begin with. And then I'm gonna have to get a hotel, which is obviously gonna be super expensive as well. So it's sort of like, I don't know if it's worth the effort. It's always been on my list of stuff that I want to do. Like, I've always wanted to do like a BlizzCon.
Teeters onto the fabric of existence and non-existence. It's like above creation.
No, I mean, I would love to go, but I think when I go, I would like to have a bigger following on YouTube. Like, if I could have more viewers to the point where I could actually get some fucking interviews. I don't give a shit about meeting other creators. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I couldn't care less. It's not that I hate the other creators or anything. It's just I don't really care about that. What I care about is I want to be able to interview the developers. That's the main thing for me. I want to be able to do an interview with the developers. And yeah, that shit is, I think, I don't know. I don't know how many viewers I'm going to need, but I'm probably going to need like a ton in order to get an interview with the developers. Because I've got fucking questions I want to ask, and the problem is that most of the questions never really gets asked. Or at least when they do ask questions, it's... I don't know. It feels weird. It doesn't feel like they really care about what the answers may be. I really hope that's not too fucking loud, but anyways. Yeah, we're almost done, boys. We're almost fucking done. Wait. Now get that one up to 150. Then down. It's just watch and make sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I would almost definitely say better to just. Whoa! What the fuck? Dude, why are you not... Like, you should be at 150.
Yeah.
I do not
Why?
understand. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Okay, this thing's just fucking being weird. So,
Oh boy.
yeah, I would almost definitely say better to just drop them in the Q&A, because at least they're the mods. Okay, there keep track of all of the Q&A questions, and I'll make... Wait, did Hank just DM him? Wait, I've tried to. It doesn't work. So I tried to get a DM. I tried to get an interview once with, what's his name? Terran Gregory? I mean, I sat in Discord and had conversations with Terran Gregory. Me and all the mods. Like, we were all in the channel with Terran, hanging out, fucking talking shit, all that crap. And then I asked Terran straight up. I was like, hey, bro, I'd love to sit down with you, podcast style, and just talk about WoW. And he was like, I'm not allowed to. You'll have to contact the Blizzard PR department and tell them you want to do an interview with me. So even though he was more than happy to do it, they weren't. Sebi, you bastard. How you doing, man? And say it on stream, but get him to give you a name so you can ask. Happy New Year, Sebi, to you as well, man. How was your New Year's? Did you get, like, sloshed? Or were you home streaming? Just lazing about. Are you taking a couple of days off, Sebi? Or still doing the work, you know? Just grinding the grind. 2023's been boring. It's the same. I don't know. The life of a fucking... I guess the life of a content creator is just weird. But yeah, nothing ever changes. I feel like if things change, you have problems. Like, you just do the same shit. You just never stop. But yeah, probably going to take the first proper holiday in a bit. Nice, bro. Yeah, I haven't... Fuck, when's the last time I've been on holiday? Is it 3 years ago now? I think 3 years ago or some shit like that I've lost been on holiday. Not counting the times where I couldn't stream because I moved house or didn't have internet and shit. But like a proper holiday, I think it's been 3 years. Content creation is fun work, but it's also 24/7. Yeah, I think that's the biggest sort of... That's the thing that no one ever prepares you for, is the fact that you never turn off. Holy, how you doing, fam? You're always on. You're always thinking. Like last night, 11 o'clock at night, I'm laying here thinking about content that I can make. I'm laying here thinking about fucking tweets that I can make. Like, you're just constantly fucking working on thinking about the next thing you can do to get more people to see you. I mean, that's actually such an apt description. That is apt as fuck. Oh shit, I have something. So, question time for all of you in chat. Is Tyr dead or alive? Was that you or the video? That was me, Chabad. I'm asking a question. Is Tyr dead or alive? So, let's run through this. We have a place in Dragonblight called Tyr's Fall, right? This is apparently where Tyr died. Yeah. All of the current lore suggests that Tyr is in fact dead. All of the current lore suggests that Tyr did die. Except for one small, and this is really tiny bit. Let me see. Should be fairly easy to get. In essence, but needs help to put him back in his body. I can see that. All right, so listen to this. Yeah, this is right at the end of Dawn of the Aspects. Says the following. Kalik spread his wings and leapt into the air. He looked back to make certain that Jaina was safe, then ascended higher. On a whim, Kalik circled Wyrmrest once. As he did, out of the corner of his eye, the blue dragon beheld the bones of Galakrond. A brief glint made him look closer. What is it? Jaina called. Nothing. Nothing. Kalik banked, for Jaina's sake, heading towards Dalaran before he returned to the Nexus to ascertain whether there were any lingering after effects from the artifact's presence. There was no reason he could not have told Jaina what he thought he'd seen below, except that it had probably been his imagination. She might have understood, but this was one secret he decided to keep from her. In the growing shadows of the Great Ribs, Kalik thought he had seen a figure small and cloaked, but at the same time seeming as tall and as powerful as a dragon. And whether the image of Tyr had been real for that brief time or, most likely, conjured by his mind, Kalik silently thanked the Keeper for Alexstrasza, Ysera, Nosdormu, and himself. Now, the Spark of Tyr was still at Galakrond's Rest. It's part of the Pali questline in Legion. Yeah, but that's not really the thing that I'm focusing on here, Apocalypse. The thing I'm focusing on is the image that he thought he saw. In Dawn of the Aspects, it answers the question about what do keepers look like? Okay, now keepers can look like anything. This is why in this he says he saw a small hooded figure, but he couldn't help but feel that that small hooded figure was something much, much larger, as large as a dragon perhaps. See, because keepers can appear in literally any state, and only those with incredibly attuned magical ability can sense that there's something more to this person. So the chances are that Tyr could still be alive. Tyr could still be out there, just not showing himself, because again, that is something that the keepers do. They don't show themselves, specifically if they have something going. So there's some reason for it. Now, why would Tyr have a reason not to show himself? The answer there, as far as I'm concerned, may be let's say Odin. I think that one word sums up why Tyr may be hiding himself. So there's like a weird how can I explain it? There's like a very weird thing with Odin that makes no sense. Odin does not agree with the blessing of the aspects. He doesn't agree that the proto-dragon should be turned into aspects. Odin also does nothing to Galakrond. Absolutely nothing. He doesn't stand up against Galakrond. He doesn't join the fight against Galakrond. Now, Odin, as a keeper, the leader of the keepers, his main job was to defend and protect Azeroth. Galakrond was, if there has ever been a threat that Odin should have been a part of, it was that. And yet Odin wasn't there. And then even after that, when the Proto-Drakes that defeated Galakrond and showed that they are capable of defending Azeroth, even after that, Odin refuses to bless the Proto-Drakes, instead believing it to be a mistake. So it might be possible that Tyr has decided to hide himself from the world, so to speak, in order to figure out what Odin is up to. Because I'll tell you guys this much. Odin cannot be trusted. If there has ever been a keeper, or let's say a Titan creation, that has actively worked against us, I believe it's Odin. The real question is, will get Dragon Keeper Tyr a Tyrannosaurus Flex? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. The other sort of I would say the question about whether the Titans were involved in the creation of the aspects, I would say that question sort of answers itself at the end of Dawn of the Aspects. Because even Malygos, or at least Kalik at that point, senses that there's something very, very powerful behind the Keepers that's blessing them. Like something seriously powerful is blessing them. The hyenas in north of Feldrassus drop questionable meat, a meat that used to drop from BFA N'Zoth invasions. Are you talking about that almost meat? Or whatever the fuck it's called? I mean, so that's a decay thing, right? And yes, there's a lot of questions around what... So it literally is called questionable meat. Could that be a coincidence, do you think? Like, what's the possibility of it being a coincidence? So Blizzard maybe just a bit of laziness from the N'Zoth invasions used for those scenarios. I'm telling you now, there's something about the old gods and no one seems to notice it, bro. Like, there is something weird about the fucking old gods and no one seems to notice it. it's wild to me. Like, everyone just assumes that the old gods are part of the void. They just assume that they're part of the void. I'll be honest, nothing about them suggests that that's right. Yeah, the gnolls and the hyenas are absolutely infected with decay magic. Could fatigue be a form of decay? Barriers put in place by the Titans? I don't know, Token. Oh, Votesh. That's an interesting question. Would he be cursed with flesh, though? As far as I know, the old gods couldn't curse the keepers with the curse of flesh. Because remember, the keepers are directly built by the Titans. It was the races that the keepers sort of made that was susceptible to the curse of flesh. So I'm not entirely sure if the old gods would be powerful enough to curse the keepers with the curse of flesh. I'm not sure. I would have to go do a lot of research to see if that would even be possible. Like, I'll put together a video at some point explaining this, but the way I look at it, right now at least, the way I look at it. So let's do this, right? So we have void, light, life, order, void, disorder, and death, right? And then here we have the 6 elements. Okay. Now, so this is life. This is disorder. Fucking hell, that writing, bro. This is death. This is void. This is order. And this is life. Ah, fucking hell, that's light. That's just wrong. What the fuck? Just erase this, shall we? Start over. Start over. This is not life. This is light. Yeah. Trying to fix that with this fucking pencil. Let's just write life here. Life, and then this is light. Right? And then over here, you have the, shall we say, elemental magics. So the elemental magics, this is spirit, water, air, fire, earth, and decay. It's not the exact positions on the map, but relatively similar. Now, from what we understand, this inner bit is considered the base magics. So all of these would be the base magics of the universe, right? These, so all of these would be the higher magics of the universe. This is at least according to Steve Denuser in an interview. These would be the higher magics. Now, would you say that it is prudent or at least possible to assume, and Mosier, how you doing, fam? 3 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Would you say that it is at least conceivable that the higher magics was born from the primal magics? So if we're starting from the standpoint of primal magic, that would suggest that this was the first magic. This was the origin magic. And that everything else would come out of this first magic. So the higher magics would probably be a collection of the other magics. So life, for example, would include water, maybe even air, and maybe fire, right? Could be part of life. For light, we would probably have something like earth, maybe even fire, and like water or air would probably form part of light. I'm just spitballing here, right? For disorder, it would most likely be something of everything, but unstable. So in other words, it has a little bit of all of these elements, so a bit of all of these, but all of it is very unstable because of the introduction of decay. Okay, and because it literally takes as much as it can get. Doesn't matter. The only one that none of them use is spirit, because there is no spirit. At least not according to Azeroth's history. Spirit was consumed. Now, for death, what do you guys think death would probably be in terms of this? What would be part of death? Place tier was supposed to have been remade after his death. So definitely decay. Alright, I agree with that. Definitely decay. I agree with Earth as well, funny enough. Just because a lot of the creatures that is part of death seems to have some level of Earth magic to them as well. Fire, alright. Let's say fire can form part of this. We know that there's foul fire, or at least something akin to foul fire, which would be a mixture of death and fire, or decay and fire, right? There's also a chance that disorder isn't in fact one of everything, but rather just decay and fire. So Earth sort of stabilizes death. So it has the decay, it has the fire, but the Earth stabilizes the two, which allows it to perform its duties in a stable form. The problem with disorder is that it is fire and death and decay, but there isn't a third one, which is what causes it to become unstable. For the void, it seems to look something like this. I'm wondering if the others could fit in there. I don't think it's fire. Might actually be air. Water. They have a fascination with water. So this is what it looks like for the void. For order, it would probably look something like this. So as you can see, each of the higher magics is a collection of the primal magics. This would suggest that one of two things is true. Either the void is named wrong. So in other words, the void isn't, as it were, the lack of anything or the great emptiness, because that doesn't seem to be what the old gods are. The old gods very much have the ability to create life. In essence, this is where Earth for it comes in. It has the ability to create life. It has the ability to at least direct decay to some extent, right? And it has the ability to influence water to also grant it life-giving properties. So clearly the void isn't void. That's option number one. Option number two is that the old gods are not from the void. Because what do we know about all of these primal magics? Each of the primal magics have primal energies, elementals, elemental lords, elemental generals that serve it. There's one for air, there's one for water, there's one for earth, There's one for fire. There's none, as far as we know, for decay. None. But what if the old gods are the ones for decay? So what if the old gods do not come from the void, but rather the old gods come from the realms of decay? Because that fits everything perfectly. What is the curse of flesh? It's decay. It's literally decay. That's what the curse of flesh is. When the Titans created their Titan keepers, they made them perfect in their image. They could not die. They were immortal. And then comes the curse of decay. It rains down on them, and suddenly their bodies turn to flesh. A thing that can absolutely die eventually. Because that's what decay is. Decay isn't an evil force, it's entropy. You see, the keepers, as they were, and the Titan constructs, as they were impervious to decay. Decay had no effect on them. But once the curse of flesh was introduced, decay suddenly had all effect on them. And then we have the story of Galakrond and how Galakrond came into being, and that would suggest that there was an old god present in that whole thing as well. Because we know that there was some power that led Galakrond to where he finally ended up, and Galakrond absolutely turned into the aspect of decay. Absolutely. Became the aspect of decay. So this would be, at least in my estimation, this would be the explanation for what the old gods are. I don't think they're off the void. I don't think they're off the void at all. They don't seem to fit with the modus operandi of any of the other higher magics. You know, the other magics, the way they work, it doesn't seem to fit. I might be wrong, but I don't know. I just don't. Gone for a bit. What is the discussion about? Oh yeah, it's about higher magics, Minoar. Water, air, fire, earth would be order, as there's the magics seen on Azeroth that are left from their influence. Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Because they can still influence these other primal magics, as we see with the dragons. The dragons can absolutely be given these other magics, and yeah, it would be order. You could probably make an argument for order being earth as well, drawing a little bit of everything in order to keep it balanced, just not of decay, because it doesn't want to become disorder, right? So we could actually argue that order and disorder is the exact opposite of each other. Order draws from water, earth, fire, and air in an ordered fashion, so it becomes order. Disorder draws from water, earth, fire, air, and also decay, which then causes it to become disorderly or chaotic, as it were. But yeah, this is just my estimation of things. I could be wrong, obviously. This is the way that I currently see the universe. Don't know yet if it's right. It might not be. I always felt like they are fleshified void, as pure void shares similarities, but more shadowy shade-esque, like transparent void tendrils. Maybe, for the next expansion. Cherub, Lilith, how you doing? See, I don't think they're part of the void at all. I think the spirit story is a lie. And Mojo, you might be correct. You may be correct. But if you are, where the fuck is Spirit then? Cherub, Happy New Year to you as well. Because Spirit is nowhere to be fucking found. Zoidberg, how you doing, bro? It actually is arts and crafts at the minute, because I need to figure out how to do a thumbnail for this video. So this is a video about fate in World of Warcraft. How the fuck do you do? When it comes to each other and their plans, don't feel like they could fit under higher power only. Flotation, no, they appear more like they're very similar to elementals. The way in which they act, they appear similar to elementals. Now again, could be very wrong, but it would explain what decay actually is and why decay is so prevalent wherever they are. Fuck knows, right? Okay, boys, what the hell is this thumbnail? How do you make this thumbnail? I have an idea, but I don't know if it's gonna work. See, I don't know how much power... I don't know how much power this map still carries. If at all. It used to be a very strong map. But it might not be a strong map anymore. Like, there's a chance that there's no... Like, not that much anymore of this map. So people won't click on it anymore. By the way, Baldur's Gate 3 came out with a big patch, if you're into that. Yeah, but it's not released yet. Has it, Chabud? Because I am looking forward to playing the shit out of that, but it's not released yet, so... Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to playing that. Wonder if we shouldn't do a bit of a... Like, make this outer bit a bit darker. I'll show you guys what I'm thinking in a second. If we did that, right? And then we lowered the opacity quite a bit to like that. So that middle bit stands out a bit more. Where to start? Nick Berg, are you actually asking? So where to start? I would say Chronicles. Yeah, I would start with the Chronicles if I were you. and then move on from there. The Chronicles, while not the first books in World of Warcraft, definitely the base books to start with, because it is sort of a broad-based overview of the universe, so to speak. But then I would also go from Chronicles to War of the Ancients, Dawn of the Aspects. Probably start with Dawn of the Aspects first, then War of the Ancients. You could probably go with Day of the Dragons as well after that. So one of the Blizzard Legends books. But I think if you do Chronicles 1, 2, and 3, and then also do Dawn of the Aspects and War of the Ancients, you should have a reasonable idea of WoW. Like, it should be fairly decent, I think. Think Spirit Decay both wrote counter to Order, so the Titans made up a lie about Spirit and locked them both away. Why would Spirit run counter to Order though? I don't understand. Why would Spirit and Order run counter to each other? So custom shape tool. Fuck. How do you make a fucking circle? A new way where I actually try to enjoy the story. As I have grown up, story is way more important in games to me now. Bro, that's what I like to hear. That's what I fucking like to hear. The story, right now at least, is fucking banging. Like, right now, the story is absolutely phenomenal. Folks and Fairy Tales, the reason I don't mind, like, I'm not saying that Folks and Fairy Tales is wrong, but the reason it doesn't really matter all that much, so Folks and Fairy Tales, Folks and Fairy Tales is unconfirmed. We have no idea what is true and what isn't, right? For Folks and Fairy Tales. Let's put a tree there. Why not? Like, that should be cool. I like it because of the illustration. No, there's some pretty cool illustrations. That's true. I just... Yeah, because it's not confirmed, because almost everything in there could be or could not be, who knows? I would argue that it's not on the top of the to read list. Let's see if we can find... See if we can do a raid circle, shall we? Yeah, just like this. This is all I need. I could download it from the website, but I don't want to fucking do it. No, this is gonna fuck me. No, never mind. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Rectangle tool, click on your canvas and use 90 on 4 edges. Garen, this was easier. But thanks for the help. But this was just a hell of a lot easier. Alright, I'm not sure if that red circle is even really noticeable. I may have to give it a bit of a drop shadow. Just to make it stand out a bit more. And And then should we do a red arrow too, chat? Like big red arrow. Before we go, let's just do. Fine, let's do a red arrow, shall we? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Like proper red arrow and everything. Like we're gonna go balls to the wall. Clickbait on this one, boys. Magnifying glass? How so, Lilith? What do you mean with magnifying glass? You mean like a picture of a magnifying glass? Yeah, but then I would have to get the magnifying effect. How would I do that? There might be a way. Huh. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Just give this a drop shadow. Maybe an inner glow. Just to make it really stand out. Add text into it or just a pog face? Funny sound. Money Echo. Growfall, how you doing, fam? I don't know how I feel since I already know I'd insta-click. Voltage. I appreciate that, bro. So, in order to magnify, if I'm not mistaken, you go filter. Actually, you have to first convert it to a smart object. Then you go filter. The fuck is this? Is it bloat tool? Is that... See if this works, chat. If this doesn't work, fuck it. Okay, well, that is bloated. Although it makes no difference in the end. It's too small to make a difference. That makes no difference whatsoever. You can use raw filters and Visionate a little bit. What? Raw filters and Visionate a little bit the map. How? What? Bro, you're using words I do not understand. What raw filters? You mean like filter gallery? Yeah, Christoph, that's exactly what it is. It's use every single trick of clickbait. Like clickbait 101, go. Camera raw filter. What does this do? We're now moving into spaces I've never used before. Also, it seems like things are crashing. So what the fuck is this about? You said something about Visionate. I don't know what the hell that even means. Bikini model to lure me in. I'm adding the bikini model in a minute. Okay, where do I go now, Grofile? Not Grofile. Garen, where do I go now? Now that I've whatever the fuck I'm doing here. In detail, I think. Okay, so in detail, there's sharpening. Sharp as fuck, boy. That's very sharp. I do like it a little sharper, though. What does noise reduction do? Oh, shit. Dude, I didn't... This is wild. This is like a whole new world for me. What exactly does color noise reduction do? It doesn't seem to do anything. I'm not gonna lie. It does not seem to do... Like, it doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever. Like, noise reduction seems to do something. But no, I'm not sure. So it's called Visionate, right? Here we go. What does this do? Oh, it makes things lighter. Dude, I may have just, like... Let's see if this fucks things up. Not really. Just makes it stand out a bit more. Huh. I don't know you can fucking do that. But you see, when it's this small, it doesn't even really matter. Like, I wonder if you did blow it up. Wow. That looks like shit. So if you did blow it up to like that big. Okay, now what the fuck is going on? It doesn't make much of a difference. See, now it's very large. Saint Michael, how you doing, fam? Sorry, fuck. I'm just in the middle of breaking my brain. You guys are saying a lot of things I don't understand. I would make a copy of the picture layer, crop the part you want, and enlarge the copy. Yeah, so basically, like, enlarge the part that you want on top of the normal picture to make it stand out more. Because this looks shit. I like the previous look a hell of a lot more. Does it really matter if people can see? Like, they can... Most people know this map, right? They already know this map really well. So they'll know if we're hovering over something that, oh shit, the fuck's he talking about here? What is this? I may have to move the red circle a bit, like, off the Shadowlands. Like, maybe there. Crop out more of the top and bottom of the map. Do you think that's necessary? I suck at making thumbnails, though, just to be perfectly honest. I am really not good at this shit. I just do this in my free time. Bro, I wish I could say I do this in my free time. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing half the time. Okay, so the title of this is finally revealed the Seventh Force is what? So we want a Surprised face? Do we want this face, chat? You want the hand on chin Akko thinking face? Let's do both and see which one works best. Man, I need to get myself a fucking green screen. Like, this shit will be so much easier with a goddamn fucking green screen, man. Are they just taking React face pics? Say no, those are built up over many months of, like, you know, whatever I need. So whenever I need a specific picture, I'll take one and then I just save it there. Sometimes I'll think of multiple pictures to take in a single day. Especially with the Clips channel. Because sometimes I do 3 or 4 videos on the Clips channel. Alright, so we have the oh shit face, right? And then the other face is the thinking face. So which thinking face are you guys thinking? That one? Or that one? Which one do you guys prefer? Oh, my noir. Yeah, I'd fucking take that. Which one do you guys like? Number 2. So you prefer this one? This one is the one you prefer. Been embarrassed by my low achievement points in WoW? Is this something that players generally hold as a standard for entering better groups? I'm still a bit of a noob since I just started playing seriously. Nick, no. I mean, so if you wanted to join like very like high groups, the only achievement they give a fuck about is whether or not you've done the raid. But I can promise you they don't give 2 shits about like your achievement points. Like, your achievement points is just not important. Because there's a lot of achievement points in WoW for all manner of bullshit. Like, I wouldn't worry about it if I was you. Straighten that out a bit and maybe... straighten that out a bit and then... Alright, so you guys prefer this face. But does it look like a thinking face? Or does it look like a who gives a shit face? Kind of looks like a who gives a shit face, no? Yeah, it is like a... Oh, shit. That's actually a good face. If that's what you... If that's what it looks like. I've found it. It looks skeptical. Yeah. Lemon Sandwines. How you doing, fam? Happy New Year to you as well. And to everyone in chat that I haven't said Happy New Year yet. 2. Very happy to have all of you back. Back for another year of shenanigans, ladies and gentlemen. Does look skeptical. So we have to maybe match the words with skeptic. Juvenile, how you doing, bro? Welcome. Welcome to the stream, man. Happy to have you here. Okay, so let's quickly think of text. So we could go for something very simple, like the truth, right? But that's super simple, super simplistic. And then we can do like a weird alignment with it, like that. So instead of going with the... I don't like any of this. Watch your vids on YouTube. Happy to have you here, fam. Very happy to have you here. I returned to WoW a couple of days ago, and I'm having so much fun right now. Also can't wait for more Old God stuff. You and me both, fam. You and me fucking both. Did I miss this yesterday? No. This was during the last Q&A. But this isn't really about the Old Gods, Lilith. This is more about decay. Actually, this is about fate. It actually has nothing to do with decay. Sorry. It's about fate. You know what we could also go for? Is... I might just hate myself. Fuck. Want to use the word fate in the text then? Yeah, I want to, but I'm trying to think of how. Ooh. Let's do this. See if this works. Fate's purpose. Let's see if we give it a nice bit of gradient. Some outer glow, some inner glow. Copy that layer style. Push it onto that one. Fate's purpose. But now we have to play around with the size a little. Like that. See, now we're cooking with fire, kind of. So if we did this, rasterize layer style, gave it a bit of a perspective skew, like that, and a little bit of a twist up like that. And we moved me down just a smidge to there. What do you guys think? Jenny Beans, how you doing? Dragonflight's really fun. I haven't done the new raid yet, Jenny, but I've been fucking loving Dragonflight. Just being out in the world, fucking about. It's been super fun. Of course I'm a casual, Jenny. You've known this about me for years. Have I ever not been casual? Alright, so if we did... Oh, shit, that's a bit much. Lower the size just a tad there. Now, if we rasterize these... I'm not done with the arrow yet, but what do you guys think of this so far? Does that look good? Jelly Beans, I'm not really a writer anymore. Like, I've quit writing a long time ago. I will click it and watch it anyway. Nightlight Crafting, how you doing? I appreciate that, but you guys are not fucking helpful. Because all of you keep just watching all of my videos. So I can't take your fucking suggestions to heart. Because I could put on a white fucking thumbnail. Literally, just white. And you guys would still watch the fucking video. So it doesn't help. Right? Because I'm trying to get the fucks that don't want to watch the video to watch the fucking video. Like the... So it doesn't help. I love you guys and thank you for just watching. But yeah, you guys don't help making, like, help me make good thumbnails. Because you'll just watch anything I put out. Like, I could probably put out a video where I just sit there for like 10 minutes. And you guys be like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's watch this. So yeah, there's shit next time. I have flu, but I got okay. Wait, you've got what? Have a little flu. Okay. I for a second there I thought you were much sicker than what you were. Just put Lady Survival and Sylvanas as the thumbnail. I could probably do that. Although I would have to ask Lady Survival's permission first if I wanted to do that. Alright, so let's give the arrow a drop shadow as well. Give it a bit of an inner glow. And then make the arrow slightly smaller. Just like that. Yeah, like so. And that's our thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen. That is our thumbnail. That's the size that it will appear on YouTube. Oh, Alexstrasza has some nice boobs, don't she? Elusive watch me sleep streams. There are actually people that fucking do that. You know, and Raid works together really well. I think so. Do you think the text should be bigger, or is the text just right the way that it is? All right, I'm trusting you guys. We'll put it out. I'm just putting out the video like this. Fuck it. It's fine. A touch smaller, so it's probably spot on. Full send. Maybe put yourself a bit closer to the map. It feels like a lot of date space in between. Well, like this. Or even closer. Because what the fuck do I do with this side then? If I put myself even closer, that's a problem. Sorry, Rose, but where are the content for women's then? When you have boobas, where are the sexy man pics? Just joking around. So, Nightlight, the thing is, right? While I fully respect your interest in the D, right? I don't necessarily share the interest in the D. So, let's just go with booba instead, you know? And you could always rule 34 on your own while we're watching booba. The booba is better than D, I think. Balance now, I would say. A bit more date space to your left now, but not too much, and less on the right of you. Okay, so let's go with this. I think I'm happy with it. I think I'm happy with this. There we go. We're done, chat. We're fucking done. It is true. Everybody likes Booba. I don't know. Do all gulls like Booba? I like the beard of my man in Bade more. I almost made a very naughty joke there, but I will keep it to myself because this isn't OnlyFans. This is Twitch. But if this was OnlyFans, I would be saying something else there. Yeah, I mean, I feel that is true. Like, girls can definitely appreciate why guys would like booba. Whereas when you think of, like, a penis, is there any guy that can appreciate a penis? It doesn't even look good. Although there are some guys that believe that their dicks look fucking amazing. I mean, so much so that they will just send it to girls thinking that this is all he needs for love. I'm not talking about those guys, obviously. Good dick when I'm watching porn? What ugly ass shit, D-Rocker. Snop, how you doing, man? Token, is your dick OP? So your dick is one of those dicks that you can just send to a girl and she'll just fall in love with you. Man, that must be nice. I guess you really like mushrooms. I could see it. I've seen stylized dick drawings. Pretty glorious, not gonna lie. The guy fucking the girl gotta have a nice dick, not an ugly dick. I have never cared about that. Like, that's usually not where I look. There is porn that is made in the hood, and ones that are made in a studio, is what he is saying. Oh, okay. Think you watched the video you saved before I go to the gym? Yeah, sure, Grofile. What's an ugly dick? I would say almost all dicks, though, Jenny, would probably be not very good looking. But I would say, like, probably overly veiny wouldn't be too cool. Or like wildly discolored. I don't know. I've never really like done a breakdown of what is the difference between good dick and bad dick. Maybe there's some science to be done there. Like, someone should really get onto that. And probably just, yeah, if it's like micro penis. Micro penis is probably a big problem, right? I can see girls not being all that happy with a micro penis. Look, yeah, how you doing, bro? Entering the opposite, doing halfway. Welcome to the fucking stream, bro. There's a reason why this is the most degenerate chat on Twitch. I don't just say that. If we're not at least spending half an hour to an hour breaking down the look of dicks and pussies in this channel, we're not doing it right. In front of it isn't good. Microchips are pretty cool. Got a sexy birthmark on your dick. Sexy to whom? Like, who exactly believes that it is sexy? So circumcised or with cloak? I don't know. I'm circumcised. Everyone I know is. But I don't know what girls prefer. I have no fucking clue. I would say in South Africa, like, a lot of guys are. I think it's more normal in South Africa than I think in most other countries. I'm not sure how other countries really deal with it. I know there's like a massive movement of, oh my god, it's bad for kids. Dude, I can tell you now, I do not remember any of that shit. Like, it made no impression on me whatsoever. Retribution for the circumcised? Gives an air of mystery. Abaddon, I would not agree with... Like, what? Dude, you're treating your dick like a novel? Like, for real now, Abaddon? You're gonna sit here and fucking tell me that, oh yeah, you know, I like the foreskin, you know, it makes it seem more mysterious. No, it doesn't. When the girl sees it, she goes, oh, that's a dick. She doesn't sit in bed. You take off your pants and she looks at you and goes, "What's that? What's that between your legs?" And then when you pull the foreskin back, she goes, "Oh my god, it's a dick. Wow, that was rough. I didn't expect that at all. Like, I thought it was gonna be something else." Like, no, she knows it's a dick. Literally, the moment she sees it, the foreskin does fuck all other than just it's a dick. Congratulations. What are you talking about? Fuck. Like Batman in his games, that was mysterious. Dude, it's more like Superman and his fucking glasses. Like, that's about the amount of mystery that you get from foreskin on a penis. Pretty sure. Circumcised micropene. I'll look at the button mushroom. Uncircumcised is like, what is this? Oh, that's what it is. Dude, I feel sad for guys that have micropenis, man. Like, that must be the hardest thing in the world. Like, Jesus. Look, yeah, I think, I mean, to be fair, you are correct there. You think being blind is worse than having a micropenis. At least when you're blind, you can't see all the pussy you're not getting. Right? When you have micropenis, you can see that you're not getting any of that pussy. Like, none of the pussy is coming to you. So I would say it's a pretty fucking hellish existence either way. I'm not gonna lie to you. But you can enjoy way more other stuffs? That's probably true. What about losing arms? I would definitely not want to lose my arms. If I were, I don't want to lose anything, but if I were to lose something, it'd probably be legs. Like, maybe legs. What is this? Oh. Have it on, you fucking troll, bro. You fucking troll. All right, so that's the title. What do you guys think? Finally, the seventh force revealed. Not seeing shit will only boost your senses. Imagine the sex. Why would your sex be better if you can't see anything? I don't know if those senses would be boosted. Dude, I saw, oh my god. Oh my god. I was watching the short yesterday of a streamer chick, right? Like proper, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Proper eagle. And one of her viewers sent a voice to text joke where, okay, so the joke goes as follows. My girlfriend got a tattoo of a seashell on her thigh. Every time I put my ear next to it, I can smell the ocean, right? Now, immediately, you know exactly what he's saying. Yeah, every single person in this chat immediately knew what the fuck he was saying. That girl, legit, after 30 seconds, still couldn't quite make out what the fuck he was trying to say because she kept saying, no, but if you put your ear next to a seashell, you'll hear the ocean, not smell it. And it's like, bro, come on, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously? Can you not figure this out for yourself? Like, how hard is this? Like, the dude is saying it to you straight up. Hey, let's all take care of yourself, fam. Thanks so much for hanging out. You know what's funny? Every time I read your YouTube titles, I hear it in your voice. Striker, I like that. I like that. How you doing, fam? Yeah, it's fucking rough, dude. Like, that's a rough joke, but she didn't get it. Like, as soon as the voice read it, I was like, holy shit. That's nasty. She just sat there, confused as fuck as to why can't you hear the ocean, though? To be fair, whenever I'm in bed with someone for half an hour, I also hear how hot is this regularly. No, you don't, Abaddon. We all know that you don't have an actual penis. You have what can only be described as a nubbin. So stop talking about this. Only guys with small penises would show off or would constantly boast about their size. Everyone knows this. A war worm with a helmet. Holy shit. Oh my god. But you guys are full. I'm not that deep into the lore, but I like watching your videos. I get a rough idea of what's going on. Can you say where we are from the ending point in Shadowlands and where we are going? I feel like there is no smooth transition at all, or am I missing something? So the smooth transition that you're looking for took place off camera. We know that this is taking place at least 3 to 4 years, I think, after the fact. So there's been a number of years that's taken place. Since then, the Alliance have sorted out a lot of their problems. The Horde have sorted out a lot of their problems. You know, we've sort of come together on this mission within the Dragon Isles. So, yeah, that would be... I know it doesn't make sense, but I think Blizzard purposefully did that because I don't think they really had a smooth way of transitioning from Shadowlands into the Dragon Isles. You see, the problem is that Shadowlands had us take down gods, right? And if you pay attention to how we're referred to during Dragonflight, no one calls us champion. They'll call us allied to the dragons. They'll, you know, they'll call us members of the Horde, or mostly just friend. Almost no one refers to us as champion anymore. Here and there's some. Alexstrasza, for example, I believe, called us champion once. But most of the time, we're referred to simply as ally or friend. Which suggests that Blizzard is slowly but surely retiring the hero idea in World of Warcraft. I'm a sad man. I'm so fucking glad that's over. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I am so glad that that's over. It just feels like we are moving away from the... Like, we're moving towards a more new WoW. That's sort of my best guess right now, where we're going as a new World of Warcraft. Like, we'll go for 2.0. I never played that X-Pack, so yes, Shadowlands never happened for me. I sadly did fucking play it. Trying to think while I type what to fucking type. This is so... could Fate dictate the exact course of Warcraft lore? All right, I think that's good enough. Man, I always love when I'm done editing a video and we're getting to the point where I'm uploading it and getting it ready. It's the greatest feeling in the fucking world, man. Redemption arc, except him? Who's that? You think, oh yeah, the Arthur story I'm still a little salty about. Not gonna lie to you. There's a part of me that feels like Blizzard just sort of ran out of story for Arthas, if that makes sense. They just didn't know what they wanted Arthas to be. Now, there is a part of me that feels like this has a lot to do with politics. Like, Arthas is the toxic masculine guy that no one should care about, and that Blizzard doesn't want to pay too much attention to, because technically speaking, Arthas is a remnant of old World of Warcraft, and the way they retired him just really made it feel like they hate this character. They seriously hate this character. They don't want this character anywhere near them. And that's fucking sad. Like, not gonna lie to you. That is sad to me. Because Arthas' story, no matter your feelings on, like, the writers who wrote him, Arthas' story is fucking good. It's a brilliant story. The petty helm and replace it with an ugly one? Yeah, I mean, the helm was fucking horrible. Like, they literally replaced the Helm of Domination with a fucking tiara. It's like, wow. This tiara of truth is really something. Did I hurt my shoulder today at the gym? And now I just have this numb fucking pain. Like right here. Like, right on the fucking, like, the joint. I have this weird numbing pain. Just rest it. We'll be fine tomorrow. I really fucking hope that it will be fine tomorrow. Although tomorrow is deadlift day, so it doesn't even matter. I'm not using my arms really tomorrow, other than to hold on to weights. Day after that is bench, so I really hope it's going to be good by then. Calm down on the full torque masturbation techniques for a few days, and you'll be fine. Echo, elbow, and below movement only. Ooh, I don't know. I've got a pretty big dick though, bro. Like, if I'm just going to use my elbow, I don't think I have that range of movement. I have to use my shoulder as well. Like, really engage the whole arm, you know? Otherwise, it's going to be very weird. You know, it's also going to be, like, I'm going to have to, like, move it up to my chin if I just want to focus on the tip. Don't think that's going to work. 1,419 kills, and I just got the mount from Shaw. Oh, Jesus, 1,400 kills? Holy congratulations, bro. Today's Lake Day for me. I have to fight through. Dude, Lake Day is so fucking brutal, man. Like, I love Lake Day the most because it's the day that fucks you up the most. Like, by far, it's the hardest day. In Vanilla WoW, there is a quest with Sylvanas, which deals with her finding the Crown of Wolves. Is that the same artifact which we got? Yes, East Village, but that Crown of Wolves was lost. So they don't know where it is. That's why he recreated it. Because that one was lost. Alright, so people have suggested we watch this Luton video. So I think that's what we'll do now. 40k Legion of the Damned, Death Incarnate. Shall we get to it, chat?
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. Audible provides an easily accessible way to access audiobooks for its members. Just one of the reasons why I recommend it, along with enabling you to make huge savings on the newest full-length.
Can't. I sort of asked about the Legion of the Damned because I've only just found out about them today. And then people say this video will teach me about Legion of the Damned. So hence why we're watching this video about Legion of the Damned. Because apparently they're a questionable Loyalist chapter.
Warhammer audiobooks. As an Audible member, you get 1 credit every month to use on any title across their entire premium selection, but clearly credits best spent on those longer 9-hour plus premium audiobooks. Often, when choosing audiobooks to have a listen to, I end up looking at those Tales from the Heresy or 40k classic narratives. So I wanted to choose this month something brand new, Void King. Given the focus on rogue traders in the last video, this brand new story just came out and it deals with the inception of the Indomitus Crusade, as our rogue trader is tasked in finding a route across the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum. I'll have a little more about this choice at the end of today's video, and you can start today using Audible with a free 30-day Audible trial to get yourself full access to thousands of audiobooks, originals and podcasts. All you need to do is visit audible.com/Lutin, and for those in the US you can also text Lutin to 500 500.
Whoa. Okay, fuck. Alright. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
The low breeze caught in the mane of her hair, which flared behind her like black fire. Now, with the prey so tantalizingly close to being within striking distance of her favoured blades, Yathander saw and processed further details of her enemy. The armour was not only black, it was also ebon, trimmed and fashioned with bone in fact. So too its helmet, which resembled a dour skull, and in the pits of those cold and lifeless sockets, Yathander would often look into the eyes of her victims as she killed them. She enjoyed the pleasure of witnessing the terror there and the stark realization that this was their last moment of existence. She revelled in the sense of power it gave her. But the Black and Bone warrior betrayed none of this. The eyes only burned, and incredulous as it was to her, Yathander discovered in those few final seconds before combat that she was the one that felt fear. No, not just fear. Sheer, unreasoning dread. Like a shade drawn from the shadow realm of Elendrak, Yathander beheld an apparition before her. The edges of its armour shimmered and smoked as if they too were aflame, and bled slowly into the mist, becoming part of it. Flesh and blood enemies she knew how to fight, but an incorporeal wraith. Something happened then. During the crashing cascade of realization and emotion that had never happened to Yathander before, she faltered. The razor flails whipped out, driven by momentum, 2 lashing tongues of hellsteel, but failed to land a blow. Half staggering by now, she was undone by her own failed acrobatics and gaped in disbelief as the razor flail simply passed through it. Her eyes widened as the Black and Bone warrior seemed to disappear and reappear as if it wore an Archon's flicker field and was abruptly within reach. Despite the evidence of her eyes to the contrary, Yathander refuted that she had been outmaneuvered. The feeling did not last.
Wait, so they're incorporeal? How do you kill something that is literally not there? How do you kill this? But it's like item, fam.
It was replaced by another. Pain. It began as a warm sensation in her torso and grew needle sharp in seconds as she realized she had fought her last duel. And though she hated herself for it, cursing inwardly as her precious soul was released into the warp, and to she who thirsts, she cried out as weak as the wretches she had once so gleefully culled. The Legion of the Damned remain a rarely spoken mythical legend among the Astartes. Rarely spoken because their true origin and agenda is unknown. Mentioning such apparitions could be considered heretical by some, for they only ever seem to appear as ghost-like entities who will appear to aid another Astartes or Imperial servants in moments of extreme criticality. They appear to aid desperate battles and are documented as having done so on numerous occasions. When it comes to the Legion of the Damned, there is certainly no shortage of speculation as to their origins, although there is actually plenty of information out there about them, you just have to, look it up. So I'll cover the information available, and just for the sake of it, some of the common speculations, even though many have been relatively debunked, although how much that can actually happen in 40k is another matter. You can decide for yourself which you believe to be the most plausible. I'm always interested in your thoughts when it comes to these speculative ideas, so be sure to tell me which one you believe and why in the comments of this video today, or if you had any other original ideas as to their origin also. The Legion of the Damned are one of those curious things in 40k. I put them up there with the Baneblade scout tanks in some respect because there's actually plenty of material that helps to define them. Like I said, you just have to kind of actually go and find and read it. See, for example, Flame and Damnation, for starters. The most established core theme of the Legion of the Damned is that they only appear at moments when a crushing defeat appears all but certain. They appear out of nowhere, often immediately initiating an engagement. One of their most terrifying traits is their seemingly singular, unstoppable focus in battle, silently marching forward with no emotion, no apparent care for any consequences, even for themselves. They just dominate, with a weight of presence few others are able to match. Their foes are cut to pieces as they sweep through like a righteous tsunami of vengeance, and almost always seem to turn the tide of battle into a glorious victory. On occasion, their actions can even be seen as preventing the Imperium itself from sliding into an unpreventable catastrophe. The Legion of the Damned are not merely lost warriors who appear at random. They do not seem to commonly also appear at the behest of others, but on occasion prayer may seem to summon them, but whether or not this is an actual call or just a coincidence is another matter. They're presumed to choose their engagement.
So no one knows how they arrive or why. And they also don't arrive in every single battle, because then it wouldn't be such a mystery. They seem to come when they come. Why? What would bind them? Because I can see if they're servants of the Emperor, if humanity really prays hard, they will show up. Right? That I can see, but the fact is it doesn't seem to work every time, so humanity can pray really hard and nothing will happen. Might have something to do with the level of threat. So if it's just a normal battle, and the loss of the battle would have no real implications for the Imperium whatsoever, they don't show up, but if it's an important battle, they will show up. In Throne of Light novel, Gilliman notes the sightings of them are increasing as the Emperor stirs, so it's heavily implied it may be an Emperor's intervention event. Yeah, but why would the Emperor then not intervene almost in every battle, considering these things are nigh unkillable?
Engagements, their appearances are few and far between, and could be suggestive that they, or whatever controls their arrival, has some higher sense in selecting the importance of events they interject themselves into. But don't worry, we will get into all this later when we discuss about their origins and what their purpose is. But they do still seem to bear some connection to the physical realm. For example, these rarely sighted Astartes are still observed to wear power armor, although if this is in fact true armor or merely just a spiritual manifestation is open to interpretation. Their ceramite always appears of deepest black, even said to absorb light around it, and is adorned with iconography resembling the most macabre aspects of the Imperium: skulls, lots of skulls, or just skeletons, bones encasing around their weapons and so on. Their bodies wreathed in flames of the Immaterium, or perhaps the purgatory within which they exist. No one truly knows the significance of the ethereal fire they observe to be enveloped by. Some eyewitnesses have suggested they were able to see the Marine's flesh even in a state of decay, but as to how reliable such accounts are, again, remains relatively unknown. Despite their appearance still seeming relatively corporeal, they are in fact anything but. But for those who pay more than casual attention, Xenos energy weapons and power blades may not even find resistance upon their armour. Likewise, beams and plasma volleys can pass right through them without causing even glancing harm. They have even been seen to take damage from heavy support weaponry and just shrug it off. Now, of course, sometimes the deadly weapons of M41 do find their mark, but as to what governs the rules and parameters as to when or why that occurs, that's another matter. Even when an enemy weapon makes contact and inflicts horrific damage, it appears to not phase or slow the Legionnaires in the slightest. They remain an unstoppable force, marching forward, forward, forward. Their bolter shots igniting the air, other weapons blazing lances of energy as they bear down upon their foe. For any who have not fled the field, they will soon be burned to ashes as the Legionnaires open up with the purifying flamers, heavy flamers, melters, multi-melters, incinerating with efficiency any who might dare to cower from the sudden shock assault, those others merely stunned by the sudden change of fortune and the appearance of these entities. But all is irrelevant for the Legion of the Damned. They never show mercy, pause, or consideration for an enemy to be armed, unarmed, standing ground, fleeing. All are simply torn to shreds with expertly placed mass.
Do they attack Imperium as well, or do they leave the Imperium soldiers? So they're not the kind of force that show up and basically wreck everything in their path. They show up, they fight the enemy of the Imperium, and then they leave.
Reactive bolts, slashing, masterfully wielded blade weapons, and the roar of chainswords bisecting enemies from head to groin. As the Legion vanish into the ether, the only trace they leave behind them is a bloody wake of shock, awe, carnage, and righteous fury. Examination of starship debris recovered in the Maran subsector does suggest a link between the Legion of the Damned and the fate of the Firehawks chapter. Now, the Firehawks were declared lost in the warp in 983 M41, 20 years after the entire chapter set out for Crow's World on a counter-invasion mission against a Xenos threat. But the Inquisition are unsurprisingly rather keen to discover if, in fact, the Legion of the Damned and the Firehawks are in fact one and the same chapter. If so, how is it that they gained their mysterious and deadly abilities? Why do they never communicate? Why did their appearance change? However, later contradictory accounts have potentially suggested that the Firehawks were in fact not completely destroyed, and that some remain active, albeit seemingly out of the radar of established channels. And this continues to add to the mysterious confusion around the Legion of the Damned. And one aspect of the Legion's involvement with the Imperium only became evident over time, that is, their appearance as saviours for the most loyal Imperial servants, often follow Astartes, but initially when they began to appear it was not clear really who or what they were or their intentions or who they were sided with. They usually appear at a time only when all other hope is lost, and they can be deemed as a blessing to be sure. Many may see them as saviours, undoubtedly, but beyond allowing a sanctioned objective to be completed, it's not still always immediately apparent why the Legion chose a specific instance to appear.
Yeah.
Sometimes, of course, the benefit appears immediately clear, say the saving of a relic, the protection of a critical bastion for humanity. At other times, though, it has taken centuries before their reasoning becomes clearer, where an engagement they appear in has repercussions far down the line and far outside of any standard or reasonable range of prediction. This has only heightened the attention.
Okay, I think I may know. So let's go with the theory that they are the demons of the Emperor, right? So the Emperor controls them and he sends them. When the Emperor explained how he sees the future, I think he described it as like a mountainside, and every step you take on scaling this mountain is a possible potential future. And it is impossible to know every step that you would need to take in order to get to the top of the mountain. You can know some of them some of the time, but you can't know all of them all of the time. And so it might be that in some instances, there are things that happen that the Emperor is hyper-focused on. So the Emperor sees a battle taking place, realizes the repercussions of the loss in this battle, and then instead of entrusting the battle and its outcome to the Imperium, he calls in the Legion of the Damned to ensure that this battle goes the way of the Imperium. But he can't do it for every single one of them because he hasn't seen every single one of them, right? He can't see every single one of the outcomes. It's either that or they're what left of the Firehawks. There is no confirming it, though. Even if they were part of the Firehawks, it wouldn't explain the incomparial nature of them. I don't know if that's explained, if they're part of it, right? Abaddon, I've already seen your message 3 times now. I understand what you're saying, but it is the best way to describe it. Because if you can shift in and out of the warp in order to make yourself not take damage from something, that is as close to incorporeal as you get, right? Without actually being incorporeal. So it's just easier to say that rather than trying to like constantly explain half warp, half not. Maybe some weird warp affliction. I mean, it is possible. They could have been in the warp and their Galar field failed, and this just infected them with copious amounts of warp, but they did not fall to the chaos. Instead, they became part of it, yet also keeping their sort of keeping their loyalty to the Imperium at the same time.
Placed upon their appearances, as their actions demonstrate at least some ability to exert a sense of foresight in choosing their battles. That is to say, either they or whoever they act at the behest of. So for this and additional far more obvious reasons, the Inquisition takes a keen interest in any reports of the Legion's appearance. Such events will be heavily documented, all involved interrogated, and the results and possible outcomes pored over at length by members of the Inquisition and their administrative analysts and psychers. This has, of course, only been...
Grofal, yes, we know there's more to the warp than just chaos. The problem is that thanks to the war in heaven, the warp is a place of incredible fucking danger and just horrors. We watched that Major Kill video not long ago that basically described that actually the Chaos Gods are not the most fearsome things in the warp. The creatures that exist within the warp are fucking ferocious little beasts. This is why when your Galar field fails, it's not the chaos that you should be worried about. It's all of the beings of the warp and what they do to you when your Galar field fails. So, yeah.
Become more desperate as time goes on, and the Inquisition very urgently wishes to establish the agenda of the Legion of the Damned, plus of course any additional information. One of the most pressing would be who, if anyone, is choosing their engagements and to what end.
Good question.
The Chaos Gods, after all, do not always operate with immediately clear consequences. In fact, the forces of chaos may sometimes set up masterfully complex plans that at face value may appear beneficial even to the Imperium, but eventually collapse in spectacularly devastating fashion like a heretical house of cards. For Inquisitors though, establishing information and facts about the Legion is easier said than done. For one, Legion often disappear as soon as they would appear. They also appear completely without any pattern, making predicting their next appearance near to impossible. And then there's the standard inquisitorial and imperial need for information about such unusual and unverified occurrences to be kept on a strictly need-to-know basis, so they cannot simply put out an all-chapters call to keep your eyes peeled. Although of course the myth of the Legion has become relatively established between Astartes chapters, after all nothing strictly heretical has taken place due to the involvement of the Legion of the Damned, and if anything it's always been beneficial. Some placing their faith that they act on behalf of the Emperor himself, certainly this is the conclusion that any member of the Ecclesiarchy could be likely to draw. Nonetheless, it remains the goal of the Inquisition to speak to these silent warriors and, if possible, detain one of them. But if that were to ever happen, just how beneficial it would be is very debatable. They very rarely speak, often only uttering a few phrases, and there's only one known instance where they engaged for a longer period of time. One of the most bizarre aspects of the Legion's appearance...
How would you capture them? Like, I mean, you would have to put them in something that makes it impossible for them to get into the warp. You would have to capture them before they can escape you in the warp. And then, yeah, if these beings truly are what, as powerful as they seem, would it be a good idea to capture them?
Appearance, though, is its effect on first-hand witnesses. In addition to any devices such as servo skulls that may have been able to collect some evidence of a Legion manifestation, their machine spirits are often reported to be, for whatever reason, badly traumatized, and to become operational at all again need to be coaxed back into life by an especially attentive member of the Mechanicus before they may yield any recording of the prior event, if at all. The most strange, though, is that with any mortal human witnesses, the sighting of such unusual and unverified occurrences to be kept on a strictly need-to-know basis, so they cannot simply put out an all-chapters call to keep your eyes peeled. Although, of course, the myth of the Legion has become relatively established between Astartes chapters. After all, nothing strictly heretical has taken place due to the involvement of the Legion of the Damned, and if anything, it's always been beneficial. Some placing their faith that they act on behalf of the Emperor himself. Certainly this is the conclusion that any member of the Ecclesiarchy could be likely to draw. Nonetheless, it remains the goal of the Inquisition to speak to these silent warriors and, if possible, detain one of them. But if that were to ever happen, just how beneficial it would be is very debatable. They very rarely speak, often only uttering a few phrases, and there's only one known instance where they engaged for a longer period of time. One of the most bizarre aspects of the Legion's appearance, though, is its effect on first-hand witnesses. In addition to any devices such as servo skulls that may have been able to collect some evidence of a Legion manifestation, their machine spirits are often reported to be, for whatever reason, badly traumatized, and to become...
Wait, they have a traumatizing effect even on servitor skulls? Bro. Oh, shit. Like, if the AI of the Imperium isn't even safe against these things, well, fuck. So, yeah, I love Luton.
Operational at all again need to be coaxed back into life by an especially attentive member of the Mechanicus before they may yield any recording of the prior event, if at all. The most strange, though, is that with mortal...
The AI of the Imperium. So there's a reason why I added the of the Imperium, because it's clear that the Imperium requires AI, but they view AI as heresy. And so what they've done is they've just turned humans into the AI, like servitor skulls, and there's that other there's the example of the guys in the ships that will sit with like a shit ton of servitors next to them, and all of the servitors are plugged into them. So basically it's one guy using the brain of like a shit ton of people in order to make very quick determinations and stuff. So they figured out sort of AI in their way, albeit the most grim, dark way you can probably fucking imagine, right? Of AI came from the Man of Iron, isn't it? Tattoo dude. It came from the Man of Iron, the Men of Iron. Yeah. The war between AI and humanity, which I still don't know how it started. FYI.
Human witnesses. The sighting of the Legion, which might otherwise...
Why is Tau AI resistant to chaos? So, Tau, as far as I know, as a rule, is resistant to chaos. But not because they're resistant to chaos, just because chaos doesn't give a fuck about them. So, from what I've been able to gather so far in the lore, the Tau, their souls are just so small and insignificant that the chaos just doesn't care. There would be nothing there for them to corrupt. Like, even if they corrupted all of the Tau, it would mean nothing to them. So Chaos just doesn't spend their time on it. But I think if Chaos were to spend their time on the Tau, they would absolutely, like, the Tau would not be immune to it. Theory goes that the old AI learned of Chaos and deemed the only way to serve humanity best was to exterminate humanity to kill Chaos. See, the problem with that is there's the example of the AI ship that arrived from the warp. And when the humans sort of declared the AI ship to be like an enemy of mankind, the AI ship did not agree at all. Like, the AI ship did not view itself as the enemy of mankind, nor did it try to kill the humans. In fact, the AI seemed far more annoyed at the fact that humanity served the Emperor now as if he's a god. Like, the AI displayed no ill will towards humanity. There were stories, I think, of machines getting corrupted by chaos. Remember, there were two factions of old AI. One of them fought for mankind. The other fought to exterminate. Yeah, but I would say that the side that sought to exterminate them were chaos corrupted, no?
It seems such a significant event that you would never forget it, has been observed to fairly quickly fade from people's memory. If a member of the Inquisition or other investigator wishes to obtain any kind of first-hand account, they must visit those who witnessed the incident within solar days, preferably hours, before the incident becomes little more than a blurred, vague dream or nightmare. Its presence in the mind only held for longer by the strength of the individual, meaning thankfully Astartes tend to be a little bit more of a reliable source of information. However, some lingering triggers will remain with witnesses for weeks, years, or even the rest of a life, leaving those who bore witness to the Legion of the Damned with disturbed thoughts, troubled sleep, and blurred memories that seem to be just out of reach, as if something you only forgot a moment ago, but which is now totally beyond reach, and that can never quite be traced back to the source. One of the core reasons that the Inquisition and very likely others such as the Navigators are eager to capture to then study or learn from the Legion of the Damned is their ability by which they appear always at this critical time and always in the most advantageous place to bring death to the enemy. To harness the abilities of the Legion of the Damned promises the power once held by the Eldar, except even greater. The Eldar, when their webway was in its period of zenith, were able to travel the entire galaxy at speed and could appear almost anywhere with vast armies. This was one of the factors that enabled them to defeat the Necrontyr, and they were of course an immensely powerful race at that time. But now the webway lays broken, collapsed in places.
Wait, I fucking missed that. Wait, what did he say? The Necron what?
The abilities of the Legion of the Damned promises the power once held by the Eldar, except even greater. The Eldar, when their webway was in its period of zenith, were able to travel the entire galaxy at speed and could appear almost anywhere with vast armies. This was one of the factors that enabled them to defeat the Necrontyr, and they were of course an immensely powerful race at that time.
Wait, no, what? The Eldar... Nightlight, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. The Eldar took down the Necrons? I thought the Necrons were like the most advanced and difficult to fight in the galaxy. Oh, Necrontyr were the precursors to the Necrons before they were tricked and trapped into iron. Ah, okay. So this was before they became as advanced as they are now.
But now the webway lays broken, collapsed in places, shut off in others, and the Eldar can no longer use it very reliably. They know the key routes that are essential to them, but it is nothing compared to how it was used millions of years before. Obviously, for the Imperium, travelling through the warp is absolutely terrifying, albeit unfortunately.
Goblin, what's wrong? What's wrong? Explain? Eldar were created to fight Necrons? No, were they? The Eldari? Weren't the Eldari the ones who started the war in heaven and shit? Oh wait, are there two different beings here that we're talking about? The Eldar and the Eldari are the same thing. Right? Korks to orcs. Yes. Or precursors to orcs, Korks to orcs. Eldari to Eldar. No, the Eldari is just the Eldar word for Eldar. Yeah, so it's the same thing. It's basically them. Old Ones created the Eldars and Orcs to fight Necrons that went apeshit, or am I wrong? Oh, wait. The Necrons joined the Catan to fight the Old Ones, or the Elder Ones, right? The Elder Ones then created the Eldar. This is what I understand. The Eldar and the Orcs. And then there's a rumor that one of the Elder Ones also created humanity. But that, as far as I know, is just a rumor. Started it because they were jealous of the Old Ones for their immortality. Necrons won against the Old Ones, but the Necrons rebelled and fucked over the Catan. Yes, that part of the story I know, yes. Necrons were just withered away too much from defeating the Catan to keep fighting. They weren't directly defeated. Ah, okay.
Fortunately necessary. Now we might take it at face value that, the Imperium travel through the warp. It's by far and away not something they would choose if there were any other option. If there were literally any other means of travelling the galaxy, humanity would likely take it. It will in fact be very interesting to see if the Tau, for example, ever learn of some more efficient means of travel faster than light. Such an event could in fact be game-changing for the burgeoning race of Comic Sans using Gundam pilots. Hey, I said it might be a good thing for the Tau. So for humanity, the prospect of finding some means of negotiating the warp reliably and accurately is something of a holy grail for the leaders of the Imperium. It's the kind of thing that, were it looking reasonably achievable, almost no expense or effort would be spared to secure such a powerful advancement. It wouldn't be too strong to say that it would very likely change the
advancement in the Imperium? Yeah, no. There is no advancement in the Imperium. There is only stagnation. They would probably, if someone came up with the ability to travel the waveways, they'd be killed for heresy. That's right, Sloan. They'd be killed. On the fucking spot.
strength of humanity at a galactic level. Some might suggest to make the Imperium in fact undefeatable, unstoppable. As things stand currently, forces have to be divided throughout the galaxy. Entire planets must retain massive standing armies to prevent the possible threats posed by Xenos, heretics and other. However, this is generally only necessary because of the massive amount of time and logistics in moving Imperial forces from one place to another. It's why Astartes chapters are spread throughout the galaxy, some fleet-based, instead of being merely in core sectors of the galaxy.
Oh, fuck, boys. Can you guys imagine? Can you imagine the strength of the Imperium if they could use the waveways? Because then anyone that attacks any human settlement within an instant will face the might of the Imperium. We're talking billions upon trillions of Imperial Guard. We're talking thousands of Space Marines. Primarch Guilliman just showing up in an instant and fucking you over. Like, that would be nuts. Like, screw humanity getting more technology. That alone would probably make everyone think twice about even trying to deal with humanity.
Because the Imperium distributes its forces very thinly, but builds them up in the most dangerous of areas, those which border Xenos territory, the Great Rift and so on. But if you could only unlock an ability to move your forces almost instantaneously across the galaxy, it's almost beyond comprehension as to how much that would multiply the power of the Imperium. Instead of a single Astartes chapter taking on a major battle, you could bring 10, 20, 30, throw in some Sororitas, some Imperial Guard, why not several Titan Legions for good measures?
Some
It
Custodes.
would obviously be an insanely powerful advantage, both tactically and in terms of the literal weight of military power that could be deployed.
Yes.
So it's no wonder that a significant interest is taken in the Legion of the Damned by the Inquisition, simply for how they are able to appear. Still, something being interesting is one thing, but achieving anything practical relative to it is another. One other mysterious reaction seems to occur around the Legion of the Damned, and that is whenever an Imperial servant, be they a
Dude, imagine how broken your spirit would be. You've just been fighting this war for like a good month. You're tired, but you're winning. You're making inroads. You've killed so many of the fucking home planet's defenders. And then suddenly, from behind you, spawn trillions of more Imperial Guard. You turn around and you go, all right, let's go killing again. And then behind them spawns Custodes, Sisters of Battle, fucking Titans, Emperor class Titans. And you're just like, fuck. Never mind. Let's go home. This is clearly not working. This is just a nightmare.
Citizen, Astartes, or Inquisitor come close to securing any real information about the Legion of the Damned by direct interaction, something conveniently gets in the way. That is to say, events of fate seem to keep them apart. Random seismic events, telekinetic bursts, sudden mass aneurysms, even vehicular explosions force the curious and the mysterious apart until the Legion has vanished once more. It's understandable that the Legion would not wish for itself to be interrogated, but strangely it's as if they, or more likely something else, contains the power or will to ensure that such an event never takes place. But of course there are exceptions, which seems to suggest perhaps they have a level of control. But I must admit, this specific oddity is one of those things about the Legion of the Damned that makes me want to go off on a lengthy tangent about time and conflicts therein, perhaps some physics. One reality attempting to engage with another, mysterious forces invisibly wanting to prevent it. Reminds me very much of something I've spoken about before, that time travel series called 11/22/63. In the show, any attempt to change the past causes not individuals but events, essentially reality itself, to react with more and more dramatic and aggressive situations. It's an interesting concept, and very briefly the idea is something along the lines that, as I've noted before, while the jury is out on how set the future might be, the past is something that, despite what movies would want you to believe, is set. It's happened, so you can't go back and change it. It has already taken place, and things continue always.
That depends. It depends on how we view the time continuum and how time travel, or at least how dimensions work. So, if we work on the idea of dimensions being infinite, there is a very real possibility that time works something like this. So I'm sitting here, I'm streaming to you guys, right? All of you are sitting at your computers. Now, in an instant, as I'm streaming and we start watching Legion of the Damned Death Incarnate from Luton, right? I make the decision to press play, but at the moment of making the decision to press play, there is a divergence within the timelines, because another version of me doesn't make the decision to press play, instead decides to watch something else. Now, in that moment, some of you click off the video because you don't want to watch that video. You wanted to watch the Legion of the Damned video, so you'll instead go watch someone else. I, of course, continue to watch whatever the hell I want, but also another version of me is now watching Legion of the Damned. So, in the version of me that did decide to watch Legion of the Damned, I will always have watched Legion of the Damned. But that does not necessarily mean that that past is the correct or only past. It's only the past that I can remember. Now, here's where things get truly wild. Imagine that time ways as being more malleable. So, if something were to change, so say for example, I made the decision to watch Luton's Legion of the Damned, but somewhere in the future, something happens that makes me change the entire course of my life. In other words, I fall on a different dimension. Let's say there's a machine that's developed, and this machine can literally move you into a different dimension from you. At that very moment, your timeline would also be changed. So even though I have watched Legion of the Damned, I would probably remember as not watching Legion of the Damned, because my timeline has now fundamentally changed and my mind has updated to the new dimension rather than the old dimension. This I realize it's very weird because I would actually have to go to. The idea here is that your brain is plugged into the dimensional, let's call it warp. So there is a dimension drive. This is a singular drive that controls all dimensions across all space. And your mind is simply plugged into that dimensional drive. So when you come up with something new, let's say you come up with an idea. So you come up with, oh my God, I'm going to make a mobile phone, right? The first guy that made a mobile phone, he didn't actually invent this. He simply downloaded it from the dimensional computer because this phone always existed. It is part of the very blueprints of nature. The fact that it could exist means that it has always existed. You just needed to download it. And so, depending on your level of connection to this drive, you know, the first guy to download this is the inventor of it, but he didn't actually invent it. He simply downloaded it from this computer, which means that you are at all times, in all moments of space, in all dimensions, the same person, but you remember things differently based on the dimension that you're in. Due to how your brain can download from this dimensional computer. And then there's people that say that, you know, when you experience something, like there's something that takes place, and this has happened to me in the past. This has happened before, where I'll sit somewhere and I'll be like, this is going to happen now. And then this is going to happen and this is going to happen because I've seen this happen before. And then it happens, but not exactly in the way that I thought it would happen. So there was someone that walked in, but in what I thought was going to happen, they were going to walk up to me and greet me. Instead, they just walked past me. But it's exactly what I thought in that moment was going to happen. There's people that suggest that that is sort of the wires getting crossed. So your brain, for an instant, downloaded a memory from a different dimension that you're not in. So this is not the dimension that you're in, but it is one of the dimensions that you are in. Confusing as fuck as that might be. But that's an actual theory, just by the way. Kind of like deja vu, but not exactly like deja vu, Grofile. Because in deja vu, something happens that you're pretty sure has happened before, and it happens exactly the way that it has happened before. That would be deja vu. In this one, it's something that you're sitting, for example, in the doctor's office, and the next moment you think there's someone going to walk in here with a red dress, and they're going to come sit next to me. You don't know why you think that, but you do think that. And then someone walks in with a red dress, but they don't come sit next to you. They walk past you and they go to the counter. So it happened, but it didn't happen exactly the way that you thought it was going to happen. But it kind of happened the same way that it was going to happen. I don't know what the fuck you would call that. Like almost deja vu? Half deja vu? I don't know. But there are theories like this. It's wild as shit when you get into like the weird theories of how humanity or dimensions work.
To move forward. In 112263, this plays with that idea that the past is actually structured by laws. You can visit it and go there, but just like we have laws for physics, the past can accommodate.
Oh, here's another mind-bending idea for all of you. If we could invent a time machine today, say for example they invented a time machine today, where would you want to go with that time machine? Like, how many of you would want to go to the Middle Ages or to one of the events of our past to see exactly how that played out? Stephen Hawking's party, all right? The bad news that I have for anyone that had this idea of going into the past again, like maybe to experience a sexual encounter that you had before that was just mind-blowing or whatever. According to at least some theories, you would not be able to visit any time in the past that happened before the invention of the time machine. Because the time machine wasn't invented before that time, therefore there's no way for you to be in that time because otherwise you would have been recorded in that time as having a time machine. Right? So if you had a time machine, you would have been recorded using a time machine all the way back then. So the fact that you haven't been recorded as using a time machine all the way back then, you haven't made an appearance in the past, means that one of two things. Either we never figure out time travel, like no matter how hard we try, we just never figure it out, or we can only visit points in time that occurs after the invention of the time machine, but not before the invention of the time machine. And there's actual guys that did the math on this and explained mathematically why that is why we've never heard of time travel. Because one of the greatest problems with time travel is if we've already discovered time travel, surely someone would have by now come back to our time in order to either show us how to do it or to just see us, right? The fact that no one's come back means that we've never discovered time travel. And then I can't remember the mathematician's name, but he actually explained mathematically why it would not be possible to visit a moment in time that occurred before the invention of a time machine. You could only visit moments in time after that, or that hasn't happened yet. So from there, you could visit the future as much as you want. You could absolutely visit the past, but not only up until the moment of the invention of the time machine. That's it. Unless we're in the farthest timeline and the farthest in the future. Yeah, the moment you turn it on, it just explodes because infinite intergalactic armies come spilling out at the same time to try and control it. Fuck, imagine that.
Accommodate and tolerate some presence in it, but if you try to change it too much, the very fabric of reality will resist you, because you cannot change what is solid and established. The consequences for anyone who attempts to distort the established order are seemingly lethal. There are of course other narratives that play with this idea of time and reality overlapping when they shouldn't, and it causing unforeseen consequences like somebody slipping into a coma in the movie Primer. So I actually think it's very reasonable that something as mysterious and ethereal as the Legion of the Damned may in fact be very difficult to interact with. I mean, they can literally be shot at with heavy support scale weapons and blink it off. One can imagine an Inquisitor attempting to capture a Legion of the Damned, and upon touching their armour is just consumed by ethereal flame, leaving nothing but a small pile of ash where they stood. Or they fall into a massive seizure and a permanent coma, or perhaps as suggested, any attempt to interact with them causes some nearby physical disaster blocking a path to them. You get the idea. But like I say, there are exceptions, there are noted exceptions which we'll come to shortly, but this lack of certainty surrounding the Legion of the Damned retains this air of mystery, fear, and their dominating awe-inspiring presence that leaves loyal Imperial servants stunned and the enemies of humanity slaughtered.
Jesus. Myth-busting the Legion, okay? Let's hear this.
In terms of what we can say with relative certainty about the Legion of the Damned, it's a fairly short list of common themes. However, if you delve into the lore proper, some of the assumed specifics are not commonly correct. This is, as always to a degree, dependent on how you wish to view the first and second-hand Imperial reports of others, getting back into the diegesis idea. Now firstly is their skill. This
what?
one is basic.
Back in the fucking what? Tiger, take care of yourself, fam. Thanks so much for hanging out, man.
If you delve into the lore proper, some of the assumed specifics are not commonly correct. This is, as always to a degree, dependent on how you wish to view the first and second-hand Imperial reports of others, getting back into the diegesis idea. Now firstly...
Diegesis, oh dear. What the fuck is that? Diathesis. But he said diathesis, oh dear. Yeah, he said diathesis, but what the hell is that? What does that mean even?
Is their skill. This one is basically true. Legion of the Damned are commonly, by every account, observed to be at a master level in their skills, which is fine. One thing though, and this tends to actually be a wider issue as well, is when it's being discussed about how skillful someone is or a faction is, how exactly is that gauged, especially if it's being noted by other already very skillful Astartes. because Astartes are already meant to be the zenith of human warriors. So when they describe other
Dictionary, a constitutional predisposition toward a particular state or condition, and especially one that is abnormal or diseased. Ah, okay. Sloan, thanks so much for that, bro. Really appreciate that.
Marines as being masterful, where's the benchmark there? If they can kill other Astartes with ease, are they Primarch level, Custodes, Grey Knights? It's fair to say that the Legion of the Damned are just very good with weapons. But perhaps an actual count is maybe a better example. So when the forces of traitor World Eaters were assaulting a cemetery world, a Legion of the Damned Astartes approached a blood-drenched son of Angron with great speed and in total silence. So much so that it was only as the traitor finally turned in a fraction of a second was he then able to realise something was upon him, but far too late. A blade held by the Legionnaire was already at his throat, and with a single solid deliberate motion, the Legionnaire cut cleanly through his neck armour, through the flesh, right to the bone. The World Eater fell dead to the floor, crimson ocean pouring from his neck. The Legion of the Damned Astartes was already gone, no comment, no pause, no hesitation, on to the next traitor. Permanent silence. This one is only partially true. Most often Legion of the Damned are described as being absolutely silent ethereal warriors. They're noted for fighting in silence, although silence merely means they just don't run across a battlefield shouting, "For the Emperor!" or "Count the Seven!" and all that jazz. However, this concept that the Legion of the Damned are completely silent at all times is not completely correct. While the ordinary Space Marines of the Legion of the Damned appear to speak very infrequently, they have been known to speak to ordinary mortals, albeit usually very briefly, and often as they're about to end someone, saying something like, "For the Emperor," or "Only in death." The most significant exception is of course Brother Sergeant Centurius. He appears to be the designated spokesperson for the Legion of the Damned and is the only one who has held extended conversations. More on that shortly. But basically, do the Legion of the Damned exist in a permanent state of silence? No. Always appearing when the Imperium needs. Now this one is accurate. As already discussed, the Legion of the Damned have a habit of appearing not just in urgent times but moments that are pivotal. It suggests that they can foresee what actions will have a significant or otherwise longer term impact for the Imperium. Is this psychic foresight? Is it that they reside in a realm which enables them to see moments of criticality, or is it that whatever or whoever is commanding them holds the power of foresight? Unknown, but we can say with certainty that they always appear at these dire moments. What is less certain is how they appear. They're sometimes said to phase into reality like ethereal ghosts appearing out of nowhere. Other times they've been reported as specifically visually teleporting in. Now, that could be attributed to an individual under pressure mistaking one for the other, but I should note that in the only ever existing codex for the Legion of the Damned, a quoted reference notes, "The air around the bridge grew hot. A moment later, a squad of heavily armed Space Marines manifested via teleport, which was theoretically impossible, for Inquisitor Mergus had already ascertained the presence of a translocation scrambler field. The Astartes were clad in black power armour, adorned with images of skulls, ribcages, hands, and sundry other bones. As soon as they appeared, they opened fire upon the Eldar with an impressive array of flamer weaponry. I noted that the distinctive smell of petrochemicals, indeed of any combustible fuel, was entirely absent. The flames were nonetheless effective, and many of the Xenos command staff were reduced to ash. After this encounter, the Legion of the Damned shimmer out of vision. So exactly how they appear is still up in the air. It could also be that they use something beyond the standard teleportation, maybe even a Xenos device, some technology that enables them to translocate, but that merely looks like teleportation. Alternatively, given everything about their nature, it may just be more warp curiosity. But like so many details about the Legion, it's really anybody's best guess until we know otherwise. Another myth that can be dispelled is the idea the Legion of the Damned appear, fight, and then immediately vanish. While this is true often enough, there are known exceptions where they will not only wait around post-battle, but even have a representative engage with the mortals they appeared in order to save. One thing that is generally observably true about the Legion of the Damned is that they do not appear to commonly use physical hardware like tanks, speeders, ships, drop pods. They almost always seem to appear as infantry only. They have been seen to use some kind of space vessel which...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you don't need a tank when you can run and just be on a guy without making a noise. Like, why the fuck would you need a tank? The guy shoots at you, you shift into the warp, he misses all of his bullets, you run all the way into the tank, because why the fuck wouldn't you? And you just kill the driver. Like, imagine if you're a driver of a tank next to or against these guys. Like, you're sitting in your tank, you're thinking, God, I'm so safe here. Nothing is penetrating this. Next moment, here sits a Legion of the Damned guy right next to you, smiles and fucking stabs you. Easy life. In and out. Like, you don't need to blow up a tank if you can just kill the driver, right?
Which appeared to be Imperial in origin, but also was very much like a ghost ship, much as they themselves, wrapped by ethereal flame dancing over it, which helps again to support the idea that they are remnants of a destroyed legion or chapter, and could also help to explain why they have no heavy support material to bring to the field of battle. Alternatively, perhaps in their state of being, they are merely unable to utilise such tools. What they do appear to utilise are flamer weapons and energy weapons, including plasma. However, as has been observed, despite their appearance, just like all aspects of the Legion of the Damned, these appear to be visually representative only and not based in any physical material. They do not use fuel or energy in firing those weapons, pointing again to them being psychic in nature, i.e. of the immaterial realm, the warp. Lastly, it would be true to say that they appear almost always anonymous. No name is given or spoken for any of the Legion of the Damned, save of course for that one individual whose name was only discovered and associated by chance. Brother Sergeant Atticus Centurius is believed to be a veteran sergeant of the honoured First Company of the Legion of the Damned, or possibly whatever preceded them. He is identified most by carrying the Animus Malorum, an ancient relic in the shape of a skull that can drain the souls of mortal targets and use that power to resurrect and empower fellow Legion of the Damned who have fallen in battle, bolstering their numbers. It's also been seen to tear the soul from loyal individual Astartes, allowing them to become members of the Legion of the Damned.
Whoa, what?
While all the Legion of the Damned are seemingly anonymous, as we said, one individual did appear among them, this Brother Sergeant Atticus Centurius. Why he appears to speak on behalf of the Legion is unclear, but he has on several occasions engaged with mortal humans and has also shed light on the Legion itself. In the story Legion of the Damned, a neophyte discovers an Astartes coffin in the craters of the cemetery world Syrtis Minor. The one he opens has a plaque describing Brother Sergeant Atticus Centurius, honoured First Company, in dedicato imperatum ultra articulo mortis.
Oh shit, Drenaman with the community sub. Really appreciate that. Drenaman, how you doing? Can we some hearts in chat? When the DJ Nation grows, I want to see some fucking hearts. If they have no souls, are they even connected to the warp? Well, they're connected to the skull, which is most likely how they're connected to the warp. It could also be that the soul is removed because without or with the soul, the warp would be far too dangerous because the soul can be corrupted. Whereas if they don't have a soul, what are you going to corrupt? Effectively, the Legion of the Damned are the Necrons of the Imperium. Literally the same. They cannot be corrupted. They cannot be stopped. Chaos has no hold over them because they have no souls. There's literally nothing that you can do.
For the Emperor beyond the point of death. This additionally complicates matters related to the origin theories of the Legion of the Damned, not to mention when Atticus appears in the story Animus Malorum, heads up spoilers for the rest of this segment. So after the Legion of the Damned save a group of Marines and humans on a planet, as is often the case, they're faced with these spectral warriors. But they don't immediately depart. In fact, this is where they're first seen to hold the relic known as the Animus Malorum, that Centurius carries seemingly everywhere thereafter. The Legion explains that this item is one of their most sacred relics, and that the Xenos assault upon them could have led to its destruction, hence their appearance. Centurius explains that the Astartes' courage and honour were never in any doubt, but he also explains that there is a rising tally, a debt that must be paid in souls. This helps us to understand a common misconception with the Legion. It's often presumed that they are acting as martyrs out of some sense of shame or to set right their honour. Much like during the heresy and in its aftermath, some lost Astartes who remained loyal from traitor legions felt compelled to go on these crusades of penance, effectively Black Shields, or how some planets such as Krieg and Vostroya carry with them seemingly now permanent debts owed to the Imperium. There are many other such examples of planets, chapters, peoples who sided against the Imperium and failed in their duty and then later set out to right the wrong. So it's reasonable as to why people would presume this is to be true of the Legion of the Damned. It makes sense. Lost chapter, fails, must repent for its shambolic performance in the eyes of the Emperor. Tale as old as time. Except that might be an oversimplification. There may be some truth in there, but as Centurius makes clear, the Legion of the Damned do not seem to be acting out of a purely penitent motivation, nor do they seemingly seek to be martyrs. I mean, they're dead already, and also, to be a martyr, it needs to be explicitly clear why you died for a specific reason, what your agenda, what your ideology was, and it often helps to have a name if you want to be a martyr. So they really don't fit that mould, it doesn't really make sense. So when Centurius speaks of miracles coming at a cost and a rising tally, it's concerning, troubling even, especially for the Astartes to which he is directing that conversation. The debt incurred, though, does seem to be on the part of the Imperium rather than individuals who are saved by the Legion, and to pay the debt, it must be paid to the Legion in souls. Essentially, the Legion of the Damned act out of their services to aid and save these critical moments for the Imperium, but although spectral, they're not immune to weapons of the material realm. It's true that sometimes weapons pass directly through them, but this seems for whatever reason to be not a permanent state of immunity. They seem to phase in and out of reality, and sometimes they'll certainly take damage and can fall in battle because of it. Unlike ordinary Astartes though, the Legion are unable to replenish their numbers by ordinary means. They can't obviously grow and develop new Legion of the Damned. So this Animus Malorum is what Centurius uses. He uses it to take souls of Imperials, Astartes, and bolster the ethereal forces of the Legion of the Damned. Seemingly though, again, there are exceptions, and this is where we see the brother captain of the Astartes in this story told by Centurius that he is to be recruited by the Legion, something no one imagined until then was possible. It also certainly pokes a hole through some theories about the Legion and their origins and what they are. Centurius states to the captain that, "We would have you, Captain Ereses. We would claim you as a worthy member of the Legion. You are ready to give your life in defense of this world, and even in death to deny it from the foe. From the bones of your noble kind were the foundations of the Imperium once built. Where you lead, others follow without question. As a martyr, you would be wasted. As a legionnaire, you will be eternal." But this appears not to be the case for the rest of the Astartes who survived that instance. They are seemingly condemned by the Centurius, and this is notable because it definitely supports the idea, as some suggest, that the Legion of the Damned are not entirely the saviours they're often presented to be. The Tech Marine there realises their impending demise and attempts to argue with Centurius. "Ereses did not speak for all of us in this," and Centurius seems to consider that for a moment before unsheathing his chainsword. "Your captain would have given his life selflessly and unconditionally in the service of the Emperor. But your sacrifice was hollow, expected, commanded. For that, your soul is forfeit. The debt is too great, and the tally is rising. With each passing decade, it is rising." A cold numbness crept into the fingers of the Tech Marine. His pistol fell from his grip. He could hear nothing but his brother's death agonies over the Vox link before crackling into a frightful silence. "Not for you, the immortal servitude of the Legion. You will pay what is owed."
This is so weird.
The Inquisition have continually attempted to record all known instances whereby the Legion of the Damned appeared. For if they are ever to achieve their goal of working with or gaining some useful technical information about them, then the first step would seem to be cataloguing their appearances and trying to understand what can be discerned from such engagements. Unfortunately, it tends to provide few answers or data which could help formulate a plan of action. If anything, it only serves to underscore the seemingly random nature as to their appearances, not helped by the fact that they seem to occur right across the galaxy. So establishing a permanent research team in one area would not be beneficial either. Many incidents involving the Legion of the Damned are merely recorded for the sake of record keeping. I've chosen a few that have potentially more significant benefits and are illustrative of the deeper implications of the Legion's actions. After Forces of Chaos assault an adamantium mining operation and the Militarum forces crushed, strange marines are said to begin appearing and pushing back against the tide of demons. in what would become known as the Pyrocataclysm after these mysterious Astartes were in fact pushed back upon by a massive demon force. Those who turned into literal infernos demonstrated that the fire of the Legionnaires was able to burn even demon flesh, and the Slaaneshi entities were sent screaming back to their foul realm. During the fighting, a dozen new seams of adamantium were revealed by weapon blast that scarred the surface of Villedad Prime. The nearby forge world of Lepitu Anvil tripled its production of war material, ensuring the majority of its labourers benefited the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. When Hive Fleet Moloch invaded the Imperial weapon testing planet of Godba, the Tyranids found that the world had a vicious bite of its own. Everything from unclassified super heavy war engines to Gatling macro cannon were employed by the tech priest Engiseers that supervised the planet's defence, with entire phalanxes of Baneblades and Shadow Swords leading the charge against the invaders. Unfortunately, it was not enough, and when things began to look hopeless and a final crew of the last remaining Shadow Swords emerged stunned to see squad after squad of Space Marines forming a cordon around their tanks, the relentless pounding of their bolters and billowing flames of their heavy weapons blasting back the gaunts of the Tyranid. The arrival of more super heavy tanks and almost 100 reported Legionnaires tipped fate in the favour of the Imperium. The invading swarm was shattered, dispersed, and eventually exterminated in the system.
Nice.
One of the most important appearances of the Legion of the Damned involved Chief Librarian Tigurius, who had led an Ultramarines strike force to rescue a delegation of tech priests from the Orc invasion of the world of Andraxis. Upon the world and inside its great bastion, the Mechanicus had unearthed the Psyker staff with recognition codes of
Atolo, 3 months, part of the Legionation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, these... How is everyone not playing with these fucking... like, with the Legion of the Damned? These guys seem unbeatable. They're so fucking Chad, man. They just... Giga Chad. This is where the word Giga Chad comes from. True story. It's from the Legion of the Damned. They show up, they smack some cheeks, and then they leave. That's it. Got no rules anymore. The rules they had have never been updated. Pain in the arse to paint. Because they have no models anymore, you'll have to make them yourself. Yeah, the rules are outdated because there are no rules. They play by their own rules. Like, every time you shoot me, I just happen to be incorporeal, and you missed. And then every time I hit you, I surprised you, so you couldn't dodge. Simple as, right? They still have a Legends unit you can field. Like, they are basically the orcs of the Imperium.
Of the Sigillite. Recovery of the object was paramount. Unfortunately, the planet was already overrun, and so the orcs poured down upon the bastion in impossible numbers. All was seen to be lost, except that...
Wait, what the fuck am I clicking on here? This unit contains 1 Legionnaire Sergeant and 4 Legionnaires. It can additionally contain up to 5 Legionnaires, power rating +6. Every model is equipped with bolt pistol, bolt gun, frag grenades, crack grenades. This data sheet is part of the Warhammer Legends range of rules and can be used in any type of play, open, narrative, or matched. It's kind of meh as a Space Marine unit. Why do you think why do you think they don't have any updated rule sets? Do you think it's just because they're too difficult to balance? Or do you think Games Workshop is sort of taking their time to figure out like exactly what they want to do with the Legion of the Damned?
That at dawn of what looked like to be their last days serving the Emperor, the Legion of the Damned burst into real space. The slaughter was immense, and the orcs were scattered. The bastion was secured, and the staff recovered. It would upon further study reveal important details about the Golden Throne's construction and enabled a greater understanding of the sacrifice made in the name of the Imperium. It is still believed to be held by the Chief Librarian. It should be noted that Tigurius appears to have reported this event with the Legion of the Damned as occurring in 967 M41, yet it is also recorded as occurring in 922 M41. As I always like to remind, within the Imperium things are often very incorrectly archived. Why remains unclear, unless of course there is some other unexplained untoward issue here. The report given was at the behest of a minor order of the Inquisition known as
Wait, is Luton saying that it's not clear why records are kept sort of spotty at best, or can sometimes be changed at will? Because I would say that's quite well explained in Dark Imperium. Like, Guilliman has this entire conversation about this. The Imperium will actively change events to suit some kind of narrative. So when the Inquisition wants to push a specific narrative, they will actively just change it. So they'll just, they'll attribute sayings to Guilliman, things that he never said in his life, but it sort of speaks to a truth that they're trying to relay to the general populace. And so they'll just say, he said this, and then he said it. Because according to them, they said he said it. So it is almost always a measurement of control.
Absolitus. This is in fact the only known mention of them and one Inquisitor Darius. Were they destroyed, merged with another Ordo? Nothing more is spoken or known of them. But the Chief Librarian's report to the Inquisitor was as follows. An hour before dawn, I called the company to prayer, and since our chaplain was slain, we made our peace with the Emperor in battle fashion. It was as I raised my eyes from prayer that I saw a strange host where moments before there was nothing but darkness.
Well, Ballistic, you're referring to the art of storytelling, which is exactly what you want to do when it comes to storytelling, right? If something is concrete, that's great, and a lot of players love that, especially a lot of readers love stuff that's concrete. The issue is if you have a giant universe where you're definitely not going to think of every single every single outcome, this is almost always the best way, because you never know when you might need to revisit something in order to change something. This, you're right, it is ingenious. It gives them the ability to basically change whatever the fuck they want because the Imperium simply recorded it differently to how it actually transpired.
At first I thought it was some connivance of the Orcs, but as the host advanced I realised it was of Space Marines, though not of any chapter under the Emperor's Son. Their armour was coloured black, and upon it were chilling images of bones and fire, and on their helms they bore skulls. As they advanced, an eerie glow shrouded them, and fire seemed to dance about their feet, like the bones of men in the torment of purgatory they were, so that they looked more like skeletons than living men, yet not a sound did they make. For a while I believed this to be some phantasm, a vision of ancient times, but I had heard the Emperor grant such sights to those of his warriors who faced death in his name. But it was not so, for soon the ghostly warriors reached the Orcs' battle line, and suddenly the air was full of battle din, and the Orcs were wailing and crying in their terror. We that remained watched the Dark Battle Brothers at their work, and never before since have I seen fighting such as I witnessed that dawn. Seizing the moment, I regrouped my company and
Alright, you know they're badass when Orcs start fucking crying, bro. That's how you know. Orcs love battle. Love it. The stronger the better, because it makes them stronger. When the fucking Orcs start going, Jesus, this is rough, you know that these guys mean business.
We led them to war, yet there was little work left for us. The Orcs lacked the stomach for the fight. Soon we secured the Great Bastion once more, and without further loss. Of the Dark Brotherhood, there was no sign. And then, in what I must say is yet another footnote to add to the embarrassing litany of instances whereby the Imperial Fists are nearly destroyed, comes the story of the Phalanx, the monastic supervessel used by the chapter as their space monastery. While orbiting Terra, their old friends the Iron Warriors poured out from the warp. Battle erupted as the newly forged Imperial Fist's Third Company fought to repel all borders, but of course they sadly failed to halt the onslaught of the Demon Prince Be'lakor. The Iron Warriors then sought to turn the immense power of the orbital weapon systems aboard the ship to engage the Imperial Palace upon Terra, which would have been appalling. But without Astartes enough to stop them, the Imperial Fists made an emergency translation into the warp. Things were now looking very desperate. Yet when the Imperial Fists had shown that they were incapable of defending their own fortress monastery, finally a spectral fire swept through the lower decks, burning back the demonic horrors, and out of the fire walked an entire army of the Legion of the Damned, who set to work showing the Imperial Fists precisely how it should be done, exterminating any demons that were encountered. The Imperial Fists finally were spurred to launch their own counterattack upon the Iron Warriors' forces and eventually cleared the vessel of the traitors. Now, as noted earlier, this is one of the instances where the Legion would remain after the battle. They would stay aboard the Phalanx to hold the hands of the Imperial Fists as the huge ship travelled to aid the defenders of Cadia from the emerging 13th Black Crusade. The Legion would then appear on the Blackstone Fortress also to aid the Space Wolves, destroying a power interchanger and allowing the Phalanx to disable the Blackstone Fortress. Unfortunately, we all know the end to that story, and the Blackstone Fortress is thrown into Cadia. The planet is shockingly destroyed. This marks one of the instances where the Legion of the Damned, despite their best efforts, were unable to avoid a catastrophic disaster for the Imperium.
To be fair to them, I don't care how fucking strong you are, I don't think normal Space Marines is stopping a Phalanx, like a Blackstone Fortress, from being thrown into a planet. Call me pessimistic if you will, call me a hater, a doubter, but something tells me that there's a giant size difference there that cannot really be overcome, right? I think they have an ability like Hal Rider. They show them what they fear by Orc's Peace, but they remind me kind of Adeptus Sororitas, Living Saint. Kind of Living Saint, listen boy, but also not, right? Because the Living Saints actually seem to do what they do without asking for anything in return. So at least from the Saints that I've heard about and the one that I've read about in Dark Imperium so far, they don't seem to like ever ask for anything in return. They help, they do what needs to be done, and then they leave. As simple as that. Whereas these guys clearly, because it was wild listening to them saying that the debt is rising, right? And that there has to be payment made at some point, which means that these guys definitely aren't just into this as a... It almost shoots the idea of them being of the Emperor in the foot. Because the Emperor wouldn't require... the Emperor wouldn't hold a debt. He loves humanity. But then you could probably also argue that the Emperor... the Emperor also knows that the Legion of the Damned cannot make themselves stronger, and so at some point they do need to claim souls in order to increase their number. You could probably make that argument.
Now we get to the meat of things, because speculation as to the Legion's true nature runs rampant amongst the cognoscenti of the Imperium. Ideas range from scholars suggesting that the Legion of the Damned are some kind of psychic backlash made real, to them being broken individuals just twisted by the warp. Events such as the Istvan massacres or the death of a Primarch were so traumatic that it's believed they left a psychic permanent scar on the psyche of all the legions. Some question whether events such as these in fact had some far greater impact than anybody could have imagined, and that it were these events, the trauma of the heresy itself, that caused the creation of the Legion of the Damned. Among some Astartes chapters, they've come to believe a form of this story, that the pain and the rage felt by many Marines down through subsequent foundings has led to some kind of collective agony to be then subconsciously manifested by the Astartes psykers into the warp. Others suggest that it is not the Astartes alone, but a wider power of hope that throughout all of humanity comes together to empower and form the Legion of the Damned. Similarly perhaps to the Eldar in their most ancient of times, when collective thought was powerful enough it could build and create entities from the warp itself. This would in effect make the Legion of the Damned demons of a kind. The Astartes have come to represent hope and the righteous fury of the Emperor. So within that idea is the theory that the trillions of humans that populate the Imperium all contribute to some kind of psychic reservoir that can then be tapped into. This is used by, for example, the...
It could also be that these are warp marines. Because the warp isn't chaos. Like, all of chaos is in the warp, but not all of the warp is chaos. The warp is a place in and of itself. So what if these are marines that got lost in the warp in a final moment before their Galar field went down, before, they would have been lost to the warp entire. They figured out how the skull works. They basically sacrifice their souls to ensure that they will not die to the warp. So these are probably the first incarnations of warp marines. They're not infected by chaos, but they are of the warp. They are of the Immaterium. Maybe that is it?
Sororitas, but also by other entities who are made manifest. The most common theory regarding the Legion of the Damned is that they are in fact the remnants of the former Firehawks chapter of Astartes, an Ultramarines successor, who disappeared never to be seen again after being sent to deal with some Xenos. But there is of course more to them than that, which we will get into. In temperament, the Firehawks were notoriously bellicose, their battle tactics almost entirely concerned with the application of overwhelming force to bring about the total and immediate destruction of an enemy. But they were not mindless berserkers, not world eaters, and never threw away their own lives in the pursuit of impossible objects. In fact, this in itself caused them some issues. They would often turn away from battles they were greatly needed in if they deemed the overall outcome to be too costly, and this apathy also left them with a somewhat tarnished reputation for being too blunt and cold toward others. Some loyal members of the Imperium disapproved of their methodology, so much so that they were in fact coming close to calling them out as being traitorous, especially in their attitude whereby they simply refused to sacrifice themselves for anything but the highest of causes, and when they committed themselves to battle, the result was the total destruction of any who stood before them, whether or not that was a good idea. Also, the Firehawks, unlike most Space Marine chapters, were very notably strict adherents of the Imperial cult, believing in the Emperor's divinity and humanity's manifest destiny to dominate the galaxy. For example, in the early 36th millennium, such was the fervour of their faith that they became deeply involved in the wars of the Age of Apostasy, whereas...
Yeah, but this is wild. Because it's my understanding that most Space Marines know that the Emperor isn't a god. At least I know for a fact the Ultramarines do not believe that. Like, none of the Ultramarines or their successor chapters believe this at all. Now, according to this, these Firehawks are Ultramarines. So why would they have fallen for this? Like, I'm just gonna say this: the more he goes over what the Firehawks are and how they work, the more they seem to really fit this theory.
Whereas many other chapters preferred to stay on the sidelines in this vicious religious civil war of the Imperium, paying in blood for their convictions in support of the Thorian reformers of the Confederation of Light against the unreformed ecclesiarchy. The Firehawks were also very firm believers in the Imperium of Man's established status quo. They took a singular interest in the destruction
Wait, who are the Black Templars?
of renegade Imperial commanders, apostate cardinals, and other wayward Imperial lords, regularly consigning entire cities and colony worlds to fire in order to achieve their aims. and the chapter has often been held in higher regard among the High Lords of Terra and their agents than many of its other wartime allies, especially among Astartes. Because of this, it is known to be the case that several other Space Marine chapters consider the Firehawks darkly tainted. They believe them to be in some as yet unseen way corrupted. It's due to these flaws that some speculate that if they are in fact the Legion of the Damned, their aim is to remedy these flawed methods with their penance. One thing I will say is that some people do seem to feel very strongly about the Firehawks theory, but I just want to remind us always that like anything in 40k, these details are not a set in stone, unequivocal position, but this one is actually pretty strong compared to other ideas. Ideas which, while arguably more interesting, do not...
Hold the phone. Alright, so they're basically fucking nuts, is what you guys are saying.
seem to have the same weight of evidence behind it. It's true enough that some of the other core speculations about the Legion of the Damned point to them being warp-based in their origin, but it's also true that they still seem very tethered to reality also. In the story titled Legion of the Damned, a neophyte discovers Astartes' coffins upon the cemetery world of Syrtis Minor, including one who is a named member of the Legion of the Damned, the aforementioned Centurius. Swinging open, the lid bounced on its chunky hinge, presenting a dark interior, an empty interior. Looking deep inside, Omar found nothing. No remains of the Adeptus Astartes.
Do they serve Guilliman at all? Do they listen to Guilliman at all, or... Because I'm assuming Guilliman's refusal to believe in the Big E as a god would sort of create a few problems for them.
Astartes' battle brother he expected to find within. On the inside of the lid, the scout discovered a simple plaque identifying a gene code in symbol and number, a name, rank, and company dictum.
Right.
Brother Sergeant Atticus Centurius, honoured 1st Company, in dedicato imperatum ultra articulo mortis, for the Emperor beyond the point of death. Now, the interesting thing about that inscription is that this is the same motto found on the chapter banner of the Firehawks, as seen upon their ruined banner recovered in 988 M41. Now that seems a pretty open-shut situation, but
Yeah.
it's not entirely necessarily conclusive evidence.
You see, the problem with that, to see that as open and shut, you see, here's where the problem comes in. They found a coffin, a sarcophagus, with this plaque. But we know that the Legion of the Damned recruits Space Marines from all chapters. So there is a good possibility that after helping the Firehawks, perhaps in some battle against that Xenos race, they demanded the sacrifice of this dude, right? So that could be it. So that's how this sort of saying is the same.
Because we do know the scenario surrounding Centurius as well. We already know that the Legion are able to bring individual Astartes of good character into their own via the Animus Malorum. There's nothing to say that the Sergeant Centurius were not merely an individual subjected to the same practice. There are those who believe the Firehawks underwent some kind of strange metamorphosis after their disappearance, that they became irreversibly changed by the tides of the warp, both dying and somehow remaining alive. Knowing that they could never openly serve the Imperium in their warp-tainted state, they became the Legion of the Damned, fighting on in the Emperor's name from the hell that had become their home, using the souls of others to prop up their losses and considering it a necessary tally under the Emperor's holy name. It's always tempting in a verse as complex and myriad as that of 40k to go off on wild and complex explanations for the events and individuals who make up the history of the Imperium. It should be noted though that as much as this is enjoyable, sometimes it's just true that the simplest theory is more likely to be correct. And in this case, as to the Legion's nature, this straightforward explanation does seem the most credible.
It
That the
does,
Firehawks
actually.
were lost in the warp, consumed, damaged, altered in some way, and now they remain as spiritual echoes of once great Space Marines, whose religious passion and burning hatred for the enemies of the Imperium was so powerful that it transcended mortal limits and became expressed in their very physical being, now in an eternal state. It may also
I mean, the fact is, if your belief can manifest beings within the warp, it should absolutely be possible that your belief can be so strong that even in death, you do not leave. Right? That's entirely possible. So even though you've died, you were wiped out, because you believe so strongly in the Emperor and in his divinity, you remain as a fighter for the Emperor.
also mean that the Firehawks were merely the beginning of what became the Legion of the Damned. It's possible that others like them have died and been resurrected as members of the Legion of the Damned, or that they found their way to them on the ethereal plane. The few reports of those who have seen the Legion of the Damned unhelmed speak of ghostly pallor, sunken skin, hollow eye sockets, skulls, unsurprisingly. Every supernatural occurrence, every glitch in reality that is attributed to the mysterious warriors also adds credence to theories about them. Perhaps those who know of their existence prefer to imagine...
Astro One, I'm still trying to get the Lost Book for the Dark Imperium. Because right now I only have the first two. And I can't get my hands on the last one, so I'm still waiting for that. But I think after this one... so the books that I currently have that I could go for. So I bought these 4 books not long ago. I'm going to show you. So I picked up these 2 books. Let's do this. I picked up these 2 books because they had them in the store. I don't know if they're good or not. I've never actually, I've never heard anyone say that I should, but they seem cool. So I don't know what they're about. But yeah, it's Pariah, the Bequin novel, and Penitent, a Bequin novel. So these 2 that I have at the minute, and then the other 2 that I got from the bookstore as well, so far, is this. Again, don't know anything about these books. But Wolf Time, sadly, is number 3. So I've asked them if they can get the first 2 of Wolf Time for me. And then this Volpone Glory, a Blue Bloods novel. No idea what the fuck this is. So yeah, I've been, basically what I do is once a month I go to the bookstore and I take whatever the fuck they have on their shelf that is Warhammer related and WoW related. So literally once a month. And then I tell the people in the front, listen here, I need Warhammer and World of Warcraft books. And then they order them for me. And that's just what I do right now. I try to get all the books because I have, like, the World of Warcraft books I have on my Kindle, right? So I've read all of them. But I would like them in physical form as well, because it's kind of cool to have the box. Not just because it looks cool, but it is kind of cool for me. And yeah, but it's difficult to get. Although I would say the World of Warcraft books is easier to get a hold of, just because they actually do reprint those. Whereas the Warhammer books can be a bitch. And not mentions of us yet. Big Melon, what do you mean? You mean in WoW? Yeah, there's no mention of Sylvanas whatsoever.
These spectral space marines as
The
revenants
Eisenhorn series?
for what mortal mind
okay.
could possibly...
So I need to wait until I can read the Eisenhorn series and then the Raven. Okay, I'll make sure to ask them next time. Can you DM that to me, Metal Fan from Al, on Discord? Just DM me, because I'm probably going to go to the bookstore next week or the week after. And then I can literally just tell them to order those books for me.
Stand a life bound to the hell dimension of the warp and still remain sane. We also learned more from a data recorder that was shipped back to Terra after the Legion of the Damned saved the research station from an orc
I
attack.
haven't.
And this secretly revealed to the Administratum the truth of what had happened to the Firehawks after they had made their fateful journey into the warp. Following their jump, the entire fleet had been caught within a warp storm of terrific intensity. Stunned by the power of the warp, the chapter was forced to endure the attacks of powerful warp entities. Ship after ship was destroyed and quite literally absorbed into the fabric of the Immaterium. Eventually only a single craft remained. With nothing left to lose at this point, not dissimilar to the crew of the Eisenstein, the craft burst out of warp space, finding itself in the far east of the galaxy, many thousands of light years of course beyond the psychic light of the Astronomicon. Only 200 Firehawks remained, and they were badly injured. All of the chapter's gene seed had been lost in the warp. All other elements, including officers, initiates and serfs, had been lost as well. In the coming months, their exposure to the warp unshielded caused them to become decayed, blackened in their skin. All were suffering in abject agony. They slowly began to die. Whatever they had been exposed to was so severe that by the time they found their way back to Imperial space, another half of those Marines that survived were already dead. But then we come to this part which really makes little sense. Any who remained were said to be in so much pain and broken by this ordeal and through their suffering that they lost all their sanity. And then, that they became the Legion of the Damned. Yes, that's right, despite being insane, having barely survived, they all decided, you know what, we're going to become the Legion of the Damned. And they changed their armour out, they painted it up, they put skulls over everything, and that's it, sorted. Now if that sounds kind of clumsy, nonsensical and crowbarred in, it's because it does sound like that. Because this last section to explain the Firehawk's demise is pretty old lore. And it sort of ends up being hammered in like a jigsaw puzzle piece that really looks like it should fit, but it's not the right piece. But you don't seem to have another one, so you just kind of smash it into place. And this issue, this glaring bizarrity, could be very easily fixed up with a small update somewhere in a story, a small adjacent little story, a fragment of data somewhere found on a ship, a relic, an encounter. Anything like that really could help tidy this up regarding the Firehawks. So yes, if you want to lean in on the Firehawk theory, it's fine, but you just have to accept that the end of the story is basically, and then they decided to be the Legion of the Damned, which for me is awful. Despite all of the encumbering...
I don't want to be the guy to sort of doubt what Luton is saying. I realize he's the god of 40k, but it doesn't have to be, and then they decided. It could be, and then they became. If they were trapped inside the warp without a Gallowfield, being completely fucked, right? So they are being attacked by warp entities, not just by warp entities, but by the warp itself, right? It could be in a moment of absolute agony through their faith in the Emperor and the fact that he will save them. They became the Warp Marines, right? The first Warp Marines, the what would ultimately become the Legion of the Damned. The name itself suggests that that is possibly what it is. Damned is irredeemable. It's something that can't be redeemed. Legion of the Damned means that they are the irredeemable. Doesn't have to be a choice. It's not quite the same thing, Jabard, because choice suggests that they all just decided, okay, never mind, we'll do this. Which, even for Chaos, is often not the case. So, the story of Varus, the Imperial Guardsman that became a Pox... what are they called again? Poxwalkers. He didn't choose to become a Poxwalker. He just became one. A fly bit him on the back. They missed the bite. And because of that, he turned into a Poxwalker. That was never his choice. That's just what he became. Right? And so, in the same way, you could say, because in the choice version, it seems a little yada yada. Right? Because in the choice version, they're in the warp, they're fighting these warp creatures, their Gallowfields are fading, and then they're burned to a crisp, they're fucked. And they just all come together and say, hey, you know what, guys? Screw this. Let's just be the Legion of the Damned now, you know? We're crazy as fuck anyway, so we may as well do it. That seems a little, what the fuck are you saying? Whereas in the one where they say, or in the one where their faith in the Emperor combined with their injuries of the warp turned them into the Legion of the Damned. You know, that makes it, I think, a little bit more palatable, if that makes sense. Just zombies doesn't seem like there needs to be a choice to become one. True, Goblin Spore, but that's why I'm using it as the example here.
Issues they were having, half of them dying, they're in this terrible state of affairs, they're just destroyed. They just make this huge decision and then go back into the warp, and everything was fine. There's no explanation, and that's the big question mark. It's why personally I find the Firehawks theory pretty unpalatable, because despite all the glaring, apparently documented evidence, the piece that breaks it is the last piece, this most credible, most critical piece. It's just really broken, it doesn't make sense, and I can't really abide by it.
Yeah, but again, I don't... Horus didn't choose to become a servant of the Chaos Gods. He just became a servant of the Chaos Gods. Even towards the end, he was convinced that he's using chaos in order to further the goals of humanity, right? He believed that the Emperor was the problem and that he was saving the world, so to speak, right? So it's not so much a choice as it is in a moment of true corruption, this shit can happen. But what does true corruption look like when you have an unwavering belief in a god? What does that corruption look like then? Say, for example, you have max corruption from the warp meets max religion from the Firehawks. What does that look like when they marry? So, unlike Horus, who didn't believe that the Emperor was a god, when Horus fell to chaos and he ultimately became a servant of chaos, he viewed the Emperor as the ultimate evil and therefore turned into effectively a demon prince, although never served the Chaos Gods, so couldn't become, served all four, so he couldn't really become a demon prince, but you guys get the gist of it. These guys, on the other hand, while becoming demon, retained their reverence and their loyalty to the Emperor. But they're not demons, they're warp entities. But kind of the same thing. With Horus, Garrus, sure, but Horus could have chosen another path. But it's like, I'm not entirely sure he could have, because it's not really a choice. Right? That's the point that I'm making, at least. I don't think by the time that you would be able to make a choice, you would probably already be too far gone to even make a choice. If that makes sense. The way that chaos works seems to me as if it doesn't really give you a choice. It kind of gives you a choice, but it doesn't really give you a choice. So I'll give you an example of this. In the Dark Imperium, there's a moment where one of the guard captains of the Imperial Guard comes face to face with it's not Typhus. Who's the first son of Mortarion? He's like 5th blessed by Nurgle or some shit like that. He's actually the guy that led Mortarion. Is it Typhus? Yes. Okay. So he comes face to face with Typhus, yeah? And Typhus gives this guy kind of like a chance, because Typhus gets really annoyed at the fact that they're just killing everyone, because he loves making people suffer, but this needs to be a fast battle, so he can't really indulge in the suffering of beings. But then there's one guard captain. Typhus stands there and Typhus tells him, hey, just join us, brother. Embrace the garden of Papa Nurgle and you'll be fine. And this guard captain's like, no, screw you. I will never fucking serve. I'm part of the Imperium. The Emperor's God, yada, yada, yada. And then Kugani shows up, or Kugan, however you pronounce his name. But you don't know that in the beginning. he starts twisting and fucking turning. Like, literally, the book describes his body, like, he's like this is his back, right? It fucking contorts to the point where his head is touching his feet, but the other way around, right? So you're literally being hyperextended, and but he's kept alive. Like, Kugani keeps him alive. And throughout this entire thing, they give him the option to just accept Nurgle. Like, all he has to do is just accept Nurgle. Now, at this point, the question is, are you still actually given a choice? Like, is that actually a choice? When your lips are touching your asshole from the other side, are you still making a decision? Like, I would argue probably fucking not. Like, at that point, the decision has already been made for you. Now, the only thing that saved this guard captain is the fact that Kugani and them had bigger fish to fry. They were on a timer, so they couldn't keep torturing him and keeping him alive until he finally gave in and accepted Nurgle. So they just moved the fuck on, right? So this is why I said, yeah, but making a decision under extreme duress is not the same as making a fucking decision, right? A choice is not a choice if there is really only one outcome. Because you don't have the choice. If your choice is choose me or die, you don't have a choice. You either choose me or you don't choose me. But that's not the absence of making of doing something isn't the same as having a choice not to do it. It's just the absence of not doing it, or of you know, it's just the absence of it. So I don't necessarily agree with the whole, like, I don't think you can make the argument that Horus and them chose to serve chaos. I think by the time it got to the point where they could make that decision, there was no longer really a decision in the way that we would view a fair choice to exist. They always make it look like you have a choice, but you usually don't. No, you don't, because your choice is die or serve. Sounds like it'd be playing the trumpet on your arsehole if you're trying to answer anyway. True.
This next theory is a very common speculation, but I feel it's also a significantly overthought analysis. It's based on the fact that in Master of Mankind, the Emperor summons forth a presumed proto-Legion of the Damned, made up of the betrayed dead of Istvan, not long after the situation had already occurred, as well as a headless giant that is sometimes speculated to being Ferrus Manus, the Primarch. Quote, "The Emperor raised his sword in a two-handed grip, his knuckles tightened. The geography of circuitry ignited along the blade's length, spitting electrical fire and wreathing the sword's length in flame. He didn't speak, he didn't look at any of his warriors. The sword came down. The webway caught fire. Shapes raged in the flames, shadows and suggestions doing battle with the demons, their fiery forms indistinct and ever-changing. The fire-born avatars of fallen 10,000, knee-deep in psychic fire and thrusting with lance of flame. The silhouettes of space marines, the betrayed..."
All right, now let me explain to you why I'm saying Horus never had a choice, not a real choice. Because it seems like many people think I don't know the story of Horus. At least, I know I've never read the books, but I've watched enough videos now to I get the gist of it. The Chaos Gods showed Horus a vision, right? The vision was simple. Humanity fucked. War, constant war, no reprieve. Basically, they showed humanity what humanity would look like if Horus turned against the Emperor. The one thing they left out is that this is what humanity would look like if Horus left the Emperor, right? If Horus turned against the Emperor. They didn't tell him that bit. They only showed him that this is the future of humanity. Now, Horus, being a guy that truly cared about humanity, truly cared about the vision of the Emperor, and the vision that the Emperor had for humanity, could not abide by this. So he decided to turn against the Emperor. But even in so doing, never actively served, in his mind at least, the Chaos Gods. He only turned against the Emperor as, in his mind, the Emperor was the enemy of humanity, and the Emperor would lead humanity to destruction, and he would use the powers of chaos in order to stop the Emperor, and then him and humanity would march against the Chaos Gods, because he believed, as Abaddon does, that they are using the warp, or the Chaos Gods. The Chaos Gods aren't using them. Now, in that scenario, the choice, as you guys put it, is a false choice. Because the premise of the choice is false. The vision you just showed me isn't actually a vision of what is going to happen. In fact, you're showing me a vision that will only come to fruition if I do as you ask, right? So in that sense, you're already sort of, you're stacking the deck in your favor here. But then also, after he chooses against the Emperor, he still does not choose chaos. He doesn't serve any of the individual Chaos Gods. In fact, he hates them to the very end. Because they never actually tell him that you choosing against the Emperor is a choice for us. So no matter what you do, you will ultimately be serving us, right? So at the end of the day, I don't think is a hammer, but is only a tool for carpentry when it is selected. The choice was made for him. It's like asking, did Angron choose to get the nails in his head? Why believe the vision at all is what I want to know. It's Horus's own ego and pride that gives him the final push to turn against the Emperor. I don't know if choice is the right word, Chabad. I feel like I get what you're saying, and technically speaking, you are correct, but I don't know. The word choice doesn't sit right with me. Illyria would be, I guess, a similar version, although right now we don't know much about Illyria's decision to use the Void. Right now it seems like she is in charge of her Void abilities. We'd have to wait and see, though, right?
Dead of Istvan, bearing axes and blades and claws, half-seen sigils of slaughtered legions obscured by the ash of their blackened armour. A giant among giants, its great hands bared and ready as it seared forwards at the crest of the tidal fire, the 10th son of a dying empire, so briefly reborn in his father's immolating wrath. Now, many people have speculated that these Dead of Istvan go on to become the Legion of the Damned. One obvious answer would be that the Emperor used his power to call their souls to his aid before they were lost into the warp forever, a final act for them, only in death does duty end. In fact, one member of the Legion of the Damned even speaks that phrase out loud millennia from this time. Maybe the Emperor used more power than he meant to in summoning them, so that they were unwittingly infused with an excess of the Emperor's psychic power, and this enabled them to linger, and now they exist trapped in something like a purgatory in between the material realm and the immaterial.
I like
the
this
warp.
theory too.
If that were true, it would help explain how they're able to readily walk into reality and appear anywhere whenever it's necessary. It would also help explain how they're able to appear over many millennia as something like ethereal spectres. I think that this could also pair readily with the tarot symbiosis, the idea that they're able to somehow tap into the immense psychic prescience of the Master of Mankind and through him see some moments of the future in the swirling tides of the warp. Now, one thing people might not be happy to learn is that in this idea about Ferrus Manus, Aaron Dembski Bowden, author of Master of Mankind, has actually publicly said he doesn't believe that in this moment it was the spirit of Ferrus Manus who appeared. Although I have to say, it really sounds like it was. A giant, 10th son, dying empire, reborn in his father's immolating wrath? I mean, who else is it gonna be? Who? Another small thing of note which is really superficial, but they are called the Legion of the Damned. And legions ceased to exist really post-heresy, so if they didn't originate from the heresy period, why would they be called the Legion and refer to themselves as legionnaires? As a matter of fact, why would the Firehawks suddenly start referring to themselves as legionnaires and the Legion? So I think for all those reasons, it adds a few weights on the scales of this argument. But this just also helps to illustrate the reasons as to why the Legion continued to be speculated on so heavily, because there are often clues to their origin. It's just that often the clues are pointing in all different directions, contradicting one another.
So here's why I'm going to try and explain to you. Okay. Say, for example, we invented, for the sake of experience here, right? Let's say we invented a serum that makes you agreeable, right? So this serum allows you more easily to say yes to just about everything, right? And now I gave you the serum, so I injected you without you knowing. And then I asked you, hey, let's have sex. And you say yes. What is that? Don't write the actual word, but we know what that is, right? We all know exactly what that is. It would be very fucking wrong, 100%, right? Did you actually make the decision? Did you choose to do it? Technically, yes. Because I did ask, you did say yes. I mean, there was a choice there. But you didn't know at the time of making the choice that the choice was not really yours to make. That you were no longer in the state of mind to even make this choice. Right? Legally speaking, if you're in a courtroom and it is found that you were at the point of being, why, for example, do we convict drunk drivers of murder in the 3rd degree and not murder in the 1st? Usually not even 3rd degree. They'll convict them of manslaughter. Because at the time of being intoxicated, you were not actively making a decision to kill someone because you weren't in a state of mind to be able to make that decision in the first place. Horus, at the time of being able to choose chaos, were already probably infected with chaos. Right? Because the visions had already been shown to him. He was stabbed with the dagger. The dagger gave him visions. The dagger probably did far more than that, right? Because that's how chaos works. It seeps into every single element of your being. So by the time that you get the ability to choose, are you actually still making a choice at that point? Like, are you still deciding, or are you just deciding for the sake of being able to say words? But the words have already kind of been dictated to you beforehand. This is why I say I'm not entirely convinced, unless you guys can tell me without a shadow of a doubt that the dagger only caused the visions and no other chaos corruption of any kind. If you can say that without a shadow of a doubt, I will change my mind on it. But it is my understanding that that dagger infected him with chaos, and right after the stabbing took place, the visions started, and the visions caused even more chaos to seep in, as you can imagine, because chaos looks for weaknesses. As Horus is getting these visions of these terrible things happening to humanity, he would become more and more doubtful. He would start to struggle more and more with the decisions that he has already made, and this would lead to even more chaos taking place already. So by the time he gets to make the decision, he's not really making any fucking decision. The decision is making him. Right? It goes chaos corruption if you'll read the books. These are extreme answers, I think, to the actual question. I don't think that is, Chabad. I don't think that is. The question is, did Horus actually make a decision? I think the examples I've given are apt in order to explain that there was no decision made. The decision was made when he was stabbed with a dagger, and that was not his decision. He was stabbed with it. The Chaos Gods just have this thing about you have to choose. You know, they want to hear you say the words. They don't really care how you say the words, though.
Inquisitor Kios, before he was slain by Gregor Eisenhorn, speculated that it was humanity's omnipresent faith in the Emperor that formed this Dark Legion. In this sense, he posited that they were not dissimilar from the demonic minions of the Chaos Gods, and that just as they were shards of their masters, so too were the Legion of the Emperor. The Inquisitor also speculated that perhaps this could lead to the emergence of even greater, as yet unseen forms, similar to those greater demons of chaos, but of the Emperor. Their observable behaviour is somewhat supportive to this idea. The Legion are seemingly able to appear anywhere at any time, not using the webway, not using warp portals. They can literally appear out of thin air. Now that puts into play that purgatory between warp and reality idea, but it also could be that they are beings of the warp, as it is only those demons of chaos who can seemingly appear anywhere, anytime. But a key point is that demons usually are only able to appear if a chaos god really exerts enough power, or they're otherwise summoned into existence, or by using some other thin gateway between the realms, or like a consumed psyker, warp tear, etc. Well, the Inquisitor did note that according to their record keeping, the Legion tended to appear in areas where the barrier between the warp and real space was said to be thin. It's always said that the Legion of the Damned appeared anywhere the Imperium required, but there is no real indication that that statement is anything more than a speculative mythology, wishful thinking as it were, by the faithful. Because if you believed hard enough in your hour of need, the Legion of the Damned will appear and save you. Except that's just not true, and if it were, there are certainly more parameters to their appearances than are immediately apparent. In terms of appearance, they're always wreathed in this ethereal fire. What do we think of when we think of things wrapped in ethereal flame? Well, one that is most prominently in mind is the Emperor's Sword. Another observable clue is that they always fight in silence. They're of course not the only ones to do so, and it should be noted that some Astartes chapters or Legion were known for fighting in silence as a psychological weapon, but still, it could point toward them again being more like projections of a greater power. The speculative idea here is that the Legion of the Damned are not ghosts or lost souls, as is sometimes believed, but they're in fact projections, extensions of the Emperor's psychic will. Within the Inquisition, some believe the Emperor to be trapped still in the throne, some believe he exists in a state between life and death, and some believe he's already transcended to the warp long ago, and that all which remains on Terra now is his physical form. The Golden Throne acts more as a gateway to siphon power to the Emperor in the warp, bolstered of course by his worship across the galaxy, fueling him kind of like a chaos god. And that is of course entirely unsubstantiated. But it is a concept that is plausible and kicking around for some time now. I mean, I think it makes sense when you think of how many humans in the galaxy are worshipping the Emperor like a god. And with what we know of the warp, it's reasonable to assume that this could be very empowering. So in all of this speculation, it does have some grounding. It's certainly not implausible, but it does appear somewhat discredited by the fact that Centurius, again, is noted as having existed outside of the warp, not to mention these descriptions of how he recruits new souls for warriors within the Legion of the Damned. Still, that may not be in and of itself evidence of anything. Just because a box somewhere bears his name, it doesn't rule out other scenarios. It could simply mean that Centurius was chosen as some kind of named commander for these otherwise anonymous sentinels of the Emperor. His coffin could have been some kind of tribute. But this idea of them being psychic extensions of the Emperor, I think I can admit it's a more plausible theory. So, time shenanigans. Now, some of you are undoubtedly thinking, oh no, he said something about time again. Well, don't worry, we're keeping it simple today, and also I mentioned some of this earlier. So, all I will note is that one theory stems from an Inquisitor of the Ordo Kronos who speculated that the Legion of the Damned were
I don't agree with that. How do you equate those two with each other?
in fact echoes of an alternate future sent back to steer the favour of mankind. However, and critically, they also added that they felt compelled to believe this as an alternative was too terrible to contemplate, which is pretty vague and doesn't really sound like it's supporting your argument very much. It plays well into my I hate time getting involved in fiction position, or more specifically, I hate when it's badly and lazily crowbarred into fiction, because once it's in, if not handled properly, it can just set fire to established narrative elements very quickly, which tends to happen in many big franchises. As far as I'm concerned, if you were asking me, the idea of alternate timelines is not a thing in 40k. It's bloody complicated enough already, and not just because I hate it, but also for the reasons I previously discussed on other videos. I do accept that it might be possible that psychers...
See, I think time is... I agree with Newton here. Time travel and time dimensions and multiple timelines usually sound very cool, and then you get into it. And you realize, holy shit, this is a mess. How exactly does all of this fit together? And it allows for so many retcons in so many fucking ways that I really hope that time, like, there aren't multiple time dimensions in 40k. It would, I think, ruin a lot of the allure for me of what the 40k universe offers. Which, yes, it's incredibly vast, and its lore is incredibly complicated, but also simple in a way. You know, it's complicatingly simple, if that makes any sense. Like, the lore is whatever you read it is, whatever people say it is, unless of course two people say the same thing or speak about the same thing but say different things. Then it's either make your decision and stick with that one. Whereas as soon as you introduce time, it becomes a whole new mess. We have that in World of Warcraft, where the different timelines make very little sense at the moment. Let's take something very simple. For those of you that don't play WoW, I apologize for this example, but in World of Warcraft, there's a place called the Shadowlands. This is where all souls go when they die. Think of it like the warp almost, right? All souls go there where they die. But World of Warcraft has an infinite amount of timelines with an infinite number of U's in every single one of that timeline, because every timeline has a U, except for the timelines where you have already died, and therefore you will not be in that timeline because you've already died. Here's where the problems start to seep in. What happens to the you that has died, but the other yous have not died yet? Does that you just remain sort of in limbo until it goes into the Shadowlands in order to live its best life? Or does it wait for a while until all the other yous have died and then all of you go into the Shadowlands now that all of you are dead? How exactly does it work? Do all of you just not die until one of you die? Do all of you always have to die at the same time? Well, that makes the timelines not really so much timelines, it's just different fucking things playing out exactly the same way. How exactly does any of this work? No one can explain it. It's a fucking mess. Blizzard's best attempt at explaining it was to say that you have to think of time as sort of strings, right? Like literal threads, strings. And all of those strings come together in the Shadowlands. As you can tell, that doesn't really solve any of the previous issues that I just mentioned. Like, all of the other issues still there, 100%. Nothing's been solved. You just sort of told me that all of the souls will end up in the Shadowlands at some point. And then we get to an even deeper problem, because we now have timelines and necromancy and all this shit. What happens to a soul when it gets... So, let's say, for example, the timeline stuff is real, right? And all of you... Like, if one of you die in a timeline, but the others are still alive, that one will wait until all of you have died, and then that you will go into the Shadowlands. So X amount of years may have passed before you finally go into the Shadowlands, but then through necromancy you are brought back from the Shadowlands. Now what happens to the other yous that is already in the Shadowlands, that have merged and have become one? Do all of you now come back to one timeline? Do those of you that is in there now cease to exist until such time that the one that's been brought back die again so that you can exist again? What if you were mid-conversation? You were about to tell someone that you love them and want to jump on their dick, but now you've been ripped out of the Shadowlands, so all of the other yous have stopped existing. So what happens to the person that was just in conversation with you? Do they just sort of go, oh, what the fuck? He's just gone. This is what time, like, what the fuck is... Time very quickly devolves into a nightmare where you can't really figure out anything because nothing fucking makes sense. So, yeah, I really hope that time isn't a thing here.
Or like the Eldar and the Emperor are able to see potential options for future pathways. But the key idea is that once it has occurred, it's locked in. It's happened. You can't go back and change something. The Ordo Chronos was established to study the anomalous passage of time during interstellar travel through the warp, because that's a big problem for the Imperium. Time already passes differently for those just travelling in space. Go look it up, because I'm not explaining it yet again here today. But for those who travel in the warp, ships may well arrive at their destination much later than intended. This is why even if a planet sends out a distress call and reinforcements are dispatched immediately by the Imperium, it's very often the case that they will arrive to discover a dead world, because time can't be monitored accurately whilst traversing the warp. So what might have felt like a month in warp travel could in fact pass years on the outside. And it goes both ways as well. Some Chaos Marines have observed that whilst in the warp it felt as if centuries had passed, when in the material real space it had barely been a year. In the most bizarre of circumstances, a ship may even arrive at its destination before it technically departed. These problems are common knowledge amongst void travellers and have to be accepted as one of the risks of warp travel. You might leave your home, and the reason you never see...
Imagine how lucky you would be if you called the Imperium. Distress call, the Tyranids out here were fucked. The Imperium sends the might of the Imperium, and they had arrived the day before you would have called them. Like, what a coincidence. You guys were just here and the Tyranid showed up.
See them is because by the time you come back, everybody's died. And that's why for many who travel beyond their own world, they might actually choose to just stay in a local system, because these kind of issues are far less problematic then.
How'd you
know? But once
know?
you're traveling further afield, between systems, between sectors of the galaxy, it's truly only for those who have either nothing tying them to a planet, or for those who transcend mortal life, like the Mechanicus and the Astartes. So does it make sense that the Legion of the Damned are time warriors attempting to set right what once went wrong, hoping that in each appearance this one is going to be the one to get them home? I personally don't think so, and really it's a shambolic concept coming from a member of the Ordo Chronos. Now another less common theory is similar to the one which posits that the Legion are warp extensions of the Emperor's will, except that the idea here is that the Legion are in fact little more than extensions acting at the behest of some malevolent greater being from the warp, possibly Chaos. Of course, there still remains the issue then of Centurius to contend with, but putting that aside, this concept of the Legion of the Damned being demons originates singularly from the Eldar, specifically from one Eldar Autarch, a Lunin Star Shaper, who's quoted as saying, "They're creatures born of the warp, that much even a child could divine. That they wear the shape of mankind's vaunted defenders is a matter as immaterial as the warriors themselves. They are demons, and they must be brought low, just as with all their malefic kind." So this theory relies on you wanting to take the spiteful, embittered word of the Eldari, slandering one of humanity's most revered and glorious defenders. Well, I'll pass on that. So then, the final theory, known as Quadramista's thesis of perpetual martyrdom. That's right, and it was originally commissioned by the High Lords of Terror. The concept is that the Legion is a lost strike force of Space Marines who have somehow blended with the stuff of the warp. It kind of generally mixes with the other ideas about them, but here the idea is that they have contracted some kind of metaphysical contagion. They fear that this would spread to others, and so they set out to punish the enemies of mankind as best they can, and for as long as they can. But here's the thing. In all honesty, that doesn't really sound like anything like the Legion of the Damned from what we know about them. In this speculation, it also considers that, similarly to the idea about demons, the Legionnaires, when they die, return to the warp, and they can then be reborn after a time again. Given what we know about the Legion, that sort of is correct, but it also sort of doesn't stand up. It speculates that the burning fire seen upon the Legion is just a later stage of development of this warp fire contagion. It also suggests that earlier mentioned concept of the Taro symbiosis. Quadramista concluded that the warp contagion bestows a great deal of psychic ability on this sufferer, blending their bodies and minds alike with the raw stuff of chaos. And because of this, the Legion is able to read the Emperor's tarot with a surprising degree of accuracy, tapping into the immense psychic prescience of the Master of Mankind, using his abilities to read the future in the swirling tides of the warp. But quite honestly, that's the only aspect of that theory that seems plausible to me. While most of the theorizing of Quadramista can be just shelved, the two observations that are considered accurate are their ability to see the future events with accuracy, to arrive when they're needed, and also that despite their minds and bodies having suffered greatly, somewhere within them, the honour of the Legionnaires is still intact. Their intent is noble. Although I will say, given what we know of the figure titled as Centurius, even that is somewhat called into question. Ultimately, regardless as to their origin, the Legion of the Damned are an inimitable force in the galaxy. They appear with such a force of willpower and presence of purpose that for many enemies of humanity, the very sight of the spectral warriors burning with immaterial flames dancing
Demonic, how you doing, fam? The warp, to be fair, I don't think anyone really knows what the warp is. We know that it's where souls go to die, right? Or when they die, that's where they go. We know that it was peaceful for a time until the war in heaven, which completely fucked it. And we know that it's the home of chaos, right? It's where chaos resides. Is it possible that the beings within the warp can be intelligent? Yeah, sure. I mean, if the theory is correct, then it's souls. And if the being that died was intelligent, its soul would be intelligent, and therefore it would still be intelligent. The warp itself, I don't think, has a mind of its own. It doesn't seem to have. It's very chaotic. It just does. So, yeah, I don't know if the warp itself would be considered an entity. But then again, this is 40k. They have literal monsters at the edge of the galaxy that can consume entire planets in seconds. So maybe the warp is an entity also that we just don't know about, and they haven't really gotten to it yet.
Across their armour, marching down upon them with a silent, locked gaze, ignoring any damage coming toward them, and who ignore any brothers who fall beside them in battle as if it were no matter at all. The Legion of the Damned seem to carry, in the truest sense, no fear of death, for despite their protestations otherwise, even heretics and demons fear death, a true death. For any of those legionnaires who do fall, they seemingly disintegrate and vanish like burned ashes, smouldering away to nothing as if they were never truly there at all. They are a terrifying force, and if their seemingly masterful, irresistible battle skills are not enough in and of themselves to drive the foul Xenos and heretics from the field, then their terrifying presence and unbreakable will may be enough to tip the balance. Wherever the Legionnaires appear, the tide of battle turns at a critical moment, tipping the scales of fate in the favour of the Imperium and the true servants of the Emperor. They may be plagued by madness and morbidity, they may be touched by the foul powers of chaos, they may even be amongst the ranks of the fabled undead, but they remain loyal servants of the Imperium. Enemies normally observed as fighting to the last have been seen to break and run from an oncoming march of the Legion of the Damned, but there's something unnerving about them, even to those Xenos who ordinarily know no fear. They have faltered when facing the Legion of the Damned. Drukhari, who have seen nearly all the horrors the galaxy has to offer, have fallen over themselves when encountering the Legionnaires, one even having had the audacity to tear away the faceplate of a damned Astartes, and whatever it saw within is said to have taken its soul away, as the sheer terror brought the Drukhari's demise. When the many enemies of humanity face the realization that they face not the Emperor's Astartes, not some warp being, but death itself, heretics may fight for a time, but after seeing their kin fall beside them to a true death, the Legion march on and on. Nothing can slow them or resist their will. The inescapable reality of impending eternal destruction is too much for some enemies, but who would stand and argue against death itself? This is what the Legion of the Damned are to the enemies of humanity. Not a foe to be bested, not a company of Astartes to be outwitted and outnumbered. They will weather the most crushing onslaughts of heretic and Xenos firepower, and they will stand, an immovable, immaterial force. When the Legion march forth, the doom of the heretic is the only constant in their reality. The Legion of the Damned are death incarnate, and where they walk, hell follows with them.
Alright, this video was fucking amazing. I will definitely give this a like. How am I not subscribed to Luton already? This video was, yeah, okay. This video was fucking nuts. Not gonna lie. there's so many thoughts that's running through my head now about what exactly this could be. That's just wild. Kashi, by the way, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to all of you. I hope that you guys had a wonderful New Year and New Year celebrations and shit. Them are so cool. They really are. And to answer your question, Goblin Spore, so this is where the question of consciousness comes in, right? What is consciousness? So, my brother just told me about Penrose. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he's, I believe he's a physicist. Roger Penrose. He's like one of the greatest theoretical physicists in the world, I think. He does a bit of philosophy as well, but I think mainly physics and math. Actually, I think he's a mathematician, excuse me. He's a mathematician, but he does dabble in physics and stuff as well. Roger Penrose. And he actually had this conversation where he was asked in an interview, does he believe in God? And he's like, no, he doesn't really see the point of God. And so they asked him, okay, so do you religion? And he's like, no, I think religion is wrong. And she's like, okay, so then you believe that when we die, we die. And he's like, no. Because according to him, there's every conceivable, at least reason to believe that your consciousness can probably live on. So your consciousness can probably transcend your body. If you think about your consciousness in this way, have you ever done something and then there's a part of your mind that tells you not to do it? All of you have had this, right? There's like a part of your brain that goes, oh, you should really not do this. This suggests, at least on the face of it, that there's two of you. Because why would you talk to yourself about you? Right? Like, why would you have a conversation with yourself? It wouldn't be necessary. You can think and you know what you think, therefore a conversation would be pointless. And yet we have conversations with ourselves all the time about all manner of things. You know, you might want to, let's say, buy a new car, and then you'll have a conversation with yourself as to whether or not this is a good idea. Now, that thing is unique to humans. Almost no other species on the planet, at least from what we know, have this ability. This ability to be conscious of the decisions that we make. And I mean that literally. To not just make a decision, but be conscious of the decision that you make. This suggests that consciousness might be something that stands apart from us in some way. So it's part of us, but it's not part of us. So in this universe where you have, you know, death and stuff that can be reanimated and your soul can exist, you can make the argument that this would be your consciousness. And so your consciousness is the thing that collects all of this information. While your brain certainly holds some of it, it is your consciousness that holds the majority of it. And therefore, when your consciousness moves on, so it leaves your body, your soul, so to speak, leaves your body, you live on through your consciousness. In a way, right? But again, that's just sort of a theory. The points we discussed during the video, like AI and demon engines. Wes Hammer talks about it in the video I send you. Growfile, all right, that's cool. I don't think I'm going to be able to watch it today, though. So add that one to the subreddit, if you can. Because we're almost definitely not going to be able to watch it today. I have to go meet with the guy that does the inverters and shit. We have a bunch of videos that we have to react to. We have a new video from, I can't remember, what's he called? Synthwave. He's a Final Fantasy player that's tried to play Shadowlands and he fucking hated it. And now he tried to play Dragonflight and he made a new video on his thoughts on Dragonflight. So we have to react to that. We're probably going to do that tomorrow. We got a lot of shit that we have to react to, basically. When I was a kid, I had an illness in my kidneys. I was practically dead when my pulse stopped, but obviously they saved my life. I told my mom that I had seen everything from a top-down view in detail. At that point, I was unconscious. So I know for a fact personally, right? One of my friends, his dad had a similar experience. His heart stopped. He was in the hospital already when his heart stopped. He was on the operating table. So they were operating on him, and something went wrong, and his heart stopped. And I believe it stopped for like a good 45 seconds or something. When he came to, he immediately told them, before he was even told, he said, "My heart stopped, didn't it?" And they said, "Yeah, how did you know?" And he said, "Well, I saw it." I'm like, "No, you couldn't have seen it. You were like heavily sedated. There's no way you could have seen it." And he explained, he literally described the room where the doctors stood, what the nurses did, what they said, what happened, how it happened, how long it happened for. He literally described every second. He knew exactly what had happened. He was well and truly knew what had happened in that room. And I mean, I know the guy, right? Even if he wanted to lie, there would be no way for him to lie. How would he know? But he knew. So that was pretty fucking wild. The problem with that is, Necron's consciousness got downloaded to their metallic bodies. But from what we learned from the Silent King come back, after eons of sleep, some people lost their will, consciousness. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to answer it for Warhammer specifically. But I get the problems that you may have with it. I'm fully on board with, there needs to be a lot more explanation. But then again, it all depends on what Games Workshop see as, necessary, I guess, to explain. Do they think that this is important enough that it requires an explanation from them? This I do not fucking know, right? Anyways, guys, I have to go. I'm gonna hopefully find out how much this inverter and battery solution is gonna cost me so that we can get rid of fucking load shedding. That's all I care about right now, is just getting rid of load shedding. So yeah, we're gonna go meet with the guy now, find out exactly which inverter and which battery we need to get, and then find out when they can fucking install it. So yeah, hopefully soon, boys, we can say goodbye to load shedding permanently. All right? Hopefully soon. Anyways, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. My Noir, thanks for sticking around, man. I hope you got enough clips and shit to last you for a day until tomorrow when we go live again. And then tomorrow we'll probably react to a bunch of stuff, play some WoW and shit as well. Yeah, I want to play a little bit of WoW. So we'll play some WoW tomorrow. We'll react to some stuff. Yeah. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your day with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.